da, 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 da. Boogie, ba-ba-ba-dook. Incomprehensible madness caught in its subjectivity. The voice of the epitaph starting to talk to you, butterfly levels above. When you find out where the dead end is pointing, in the very next instant, your smile descends into a twisted grin, extending straight into the sky. Orbs invisible to the eye, innumerable, connected to the noble funnel. Their bloodline is symbol of death, and the one who pulled the strings must be that bitch. The golden bitch. Beatrice, the golden bitch. Hello, can you hear me? Am I coming through? Being very annoying. I would think someone would have complained by now if I was audible. Hey everybody, it's Umineko no Naku Koro ni. Dat 1. Alright. I'm gonna load up our file. Somebody sent me a mod that makes some minor adjustments, and I might implement it next time. But I didn't. It was fairly last minute, and I didn't want to fuck this up again and have to deal with 50 minutes of troubleshooting if I couldn't figure out how to solve it again. I am running as administrator, Ellen. That was the one thing I remembered. I might have forgot that if I hadn't remembered because of the thought of doing it. Jesus Christ, I didn't expect the voice to just start speaking into my brain right away. Yeah, maybe if not for being sent that mod and then thinking about it and double taking and being like, I don't want to fuck up my game, I might not have thought about it. But I was like, run as administrator. That's the thing. That's the guy. Okay. So, I was going to talk a little bit before we get started. Because, damn, jumping right in would be wild. We're going to go for a while. I haven't really streamed much. Actually, I had only streamed just earlier today, in between the playthroughs. Because last time, it was the night before my birthday. And I stopped probably like 30 minutes short of midnight so I could get a good night's sleep. And I did. I got a great night's sleep. I woke up feeling amazing, which doesn't usually happen after playing this game. Usually after I play this game, it has a tremendous psychological toll. I have a bunch of weird fucking dreams, and I feel totally off kilter the next day. I've skipped streaming on the day after an Umineko day more than once. It is definitely... I enjoy the game. And I enjoy what it's doing to me psychologically, but the immediate effect of it is pretty tremendous. And you feel that way after you play Fear and Hunger 2? I don't know anything about that game. Umineko causes mental damage. It might be mental healing. It's hard to really say. It's more like the whole game, in my opinion, if I had to say what I think this game is about, and I know I'm very early in to be saying this, but I do have some perspective about where the story goes. I think this story is about how trauma is compressed in the mind. Like how people, because of trauma, create their own kind of mental universe that revolves uniquely around those traumas. Like, I have no doubt that me being somebody who's transgender has a lot to do with being called a girl growing up, and that being initially traumatic for me, but then kind of being what I saw as like an effeminate looking boy became such a part of my self image that when I started, when I went through puberty and started looking like a man, it was like, oh God, I don't know who I am anymore. Like this is totally breakaway from my identity. And trying to find a way back felt like I had to literally pick up from where I left off. Like I had to regrow back to being an adult from being like 14, where like the cutoff point was, where I'd like created a new version of me to try to be that I never really was, because it doesn't connect to the core. The core was something that society identified as a girl up until a point when it suddenly didn't seem like I was one. And whether I saw myself as a woman or not was kind of incidental to the fact that my self image was feminine, you know, and was something that felt attacked by the emergence of masculine hormones. Dysphoria is messed up indeed. Um, so, so I think this game has a lot to do with that. Obviously, the sort of main character, the antagonist, the driving force of the protagonist, antagonist. I don't know how you're supposed to look at it. Beatrice the Golden Witch is dealing with some kind of trauma and some kind of dysphoria. And most of these characters are also dealing with trauma, and most of it stems from Kinzo, patriarchy, and specifically patriarchy and capitalism. Like the center of all the trauma in the game is a patriarchal capitalist who, in his attempt to make things the best he could for himself and his family, actually created all of the problems within it. And money did not solve these problems, is not solving these problems. It's maybe making them much worse, actually. Maybe being a twisted person and having access to massive amounts of power really kind of torques what you think. I can't stop staring at this very rich, almost white looking woman kind of vaguely pointing a gun at me and feeling uncomfortable. The sound of rain, a Karen with a shotgun. This is not a comfortable feeling. If I didn't know that she was Japanese, I would be much more scared. You know, but luckily, I've never heard of a Japanese person firing a gun, or even I don't care how big the Western addiction is in this family. I doubt she's trained. She looks like she doesn't have good trigger discipline. Actually, it looks like her hand. Actually, it looks like two of her fingers are over the trigger. Now that I'm really looking at it, forget about the artwork. Only Beatrice is canonically white. That's hilarious. Um, a white lady trapped in an endless weeaboo nightmare. I understand. Westaboo nightmare, actually. It's even worse. The game is about her being trapped in a bunch of Japanese people's Westaboo nightmare. Kind of lost track of what I was talking about. Trauma decompression. Like, I think it's difficult to move forward and backward at the same time. And I know, like, in a literal sense, that's like actually impossible. But think about this in a conceptual sense. If we're talking about moving forward and backward, like mentally, you can do both. You can be doing. You can. Let me put it a different way. Time is always moving forward. So, in some sense, you cannot help but to move forward. And so if you start moving backward and you're still moving forward at the same time, it creates a very dizzying effect. I spend a lot of my time in that state of mind because that's where analysis happens. You go back through what you just did and you analyze it. What made me start smoking weed all the time is that when I'm high, it's easier, specifically when I'm like watching anime, to think about what just happened immediately and still keep paying attention to what's happening. That was like the miracle it unlocked for me, and I can do that even when I'm not high now. I think I like permanently rewired myself to be able to do that, understand how. A lot of it's just not being as dissociated while consuming media, not thinking too much, not letting yourself get too far away from what's actually happening. I hate how often this fucking rain noise cycles. It's only like 30 fucking seconds long, I feel like. That's a little bit maddening in and of itself. The one thing I don't like about this game is that the music doesn't have perfect loops. That's like the biggest complaint I have. Also, the fucking logo being permanently at the bottom here. I don't know if that's maybe something I can turn off, but that's kind of tacky and annoying. I don't know why I need to constantly be reminded what video game I'm playing. It's strange. Maybe just because that bottom part of the thing wouldn't have looked as good without it. I don't know. Looping things in VNs is very hard. I get it. It's a medium problem. Might be able to turn it off. I'll look into that next time. It doesn't actually bother me that much. It's mostly when I start staring at the screen for a long time and I'm just like, it's just like, it takes up so much screen real estate. It's fucking huge, you know? But I guess it also kind of puts Beatrice on the screen at all times. So that she's like always there, looming. That's kind of neat. I do like that aspect of it. But yeah, so I think because of the fact that I spend so much time like analyzing and thinking back through, that used to kind of stun lock me for a long time. You know, I spent a lot of my teens, a lot of my early 20s just kind of going back through my life and trying to figure out why things got to where they are. And ultimately, while I came to certain conclusions and found certain things through that, looking inward never does as much for me as looking outward does. As you know, finding a way to communicate with others or taking in something that communicates to me. But my perspective felt so out there and I didn't really understand what it was. Like, since trans discourse has become more popular, it's been so much easier for me to find shit that I just instantly connect with. And it's not just transgender stuff, but also there's just like a whole aesthetic that a lot of people like me grew up with, and now we're all kind of reproducing that it didn't exist before because nobody who was creating the stuff we're inspired by knew about the other people we were inspired by in the way that we know about all of them and kind of combine it all into one thing. So people of my generation and even younger often create stuff that speaks to me. This wasn't always the case, you know, but whatever did speak to me, I kind of became obsessed with it and trying to understand, why does this speak to me? And that's what drove me writing blogs and reviews and analysis, is like trying to understand, why does this thing, out of all the things, you know, out of all these popular things that other people love that don't say anything to me, that actually repel me, and I couldn't tell why either. So that was another part of, you know, wanting to do analysis, is like, well, why don't I like things that other people like? Why do I like things other people don't like? What's going on, you know? But you can get too deep. I'm getting too deep right now, but I think it's, if you get so deep inward that it's not bringing up anything positive, and you're not like finding a way forward, then I feel like the best thing to do is to kind of compress all of that and forget about it and do something else. And even if that means you have to become a totally new person. And that's, I think, how dissociative identity essentially starts. Like, you become incapable of being the person that you were, so you just create another one. And your brain has to do it because it can't survive as that other person anymore. So it just creates another one. But it doesn't mean that the first one necessarily dies, you know? And that's kind of how I felt like, again, when I'm saying that like at 28 starting transition felt like I was picking up where I left off at 14, of like going back to the person I originally was. Like I'd created a whole different person. And the original one was just kind of like I would see glimpses of it in the back of my mind floating around. An aspatial ghost, an atemporal hoe, as I called it in Big Skirt Energy. Um, Actually, that whole song, just reading the lyrics of that, you could take that as like my witch's epitaph. I'm looking it up real quick so I can read it to you. This is not going to take too long, I promise. We will get to reading this goddamn thing, but this is, to me, important lore. Big Skirt Energy, Devil Lady Dance Classics. Yeah. 14 years of drag ass. You blamed your fat ass, but now that I'm back, I'm gonna change the status. You'll practice what you preach, and when I teach these feels, better work 'em out. I know Eel's slipping any suit for clout, but you bought the blouse, so no time to drowse. Like, baby, better get the corset, 'cause I'm not waiting 20 pounds for your flat proportions. I'm oceans fathoms deep, living in the back. The best secrets keep when you don't remember. Only a semblance of something slender, dancing around in the temporal lobe, an atemporal hoe, an aspatial ghost, an essential service. You don't deserve this. It might be worth it, but you'll find out when I ratchet up that clout. I don't really need anything at all. Not about to skirt around the issue. I got big skirt energy. So I'm basically describing the idea there of having compressed something so far into the back of your mind that you can barely see it anymore, and then dragging it all the way back up to the surface because you need it. Because suddenly you realize you can't survive as the new thing you did, you know, because it's not built out of your initial instincts. Like being the person I am now is closer to who I instinctively would just be without trying to trying actively to be somebody, you know? Just how it felt when I was doing Digibro. And even before that, just trying to be like a guy and being like a guy among guys, you know? Um, Pretty much never hung out with girls at all. So, turbo gay environment. But nobody's sucking any dick. Weird times. Weird way to grow up, really, when you think about it. Being like turbo gay and surrounded by hot dudes and no one's fucking. Whew. But some of y'all can probably relate to all this. I get the sense a bunch of you have like gone into your feelings and dissociated, because I've gotten too raw here. Um, am I doing okay today? By the way, you said I was moving slowly. Yeah, I've been moving very slowly, but it's just I get really thoughtful sometimes, and it gets hard for me to jump into something that was prescribed beforehand. Like, the reason I struggle so much with scheduling is that it's hard for me to like abandon what's going on in my head at a given moment to jump into something just because I've been told, or like even I told myself that I would. You know, like if I say, okay, well, it's Tuesday, 6 o'clock. That's when you said you would do this. It's like, yeah, but that's not where my mind is at right now. My mind is over here. And it's not that my mind is totally out of whack with Umineko, but that I've got so much to say about it already. I need to get through, and it's like this. It's esoteric, weird. It's hard for me to make the point because I'm making it the way the game would make the point, which is overly elaborate and decompressed. But that's what I like about the game, is that it is like what if you went through all of it? You know, like what if you took all the file cabinets in your mind and you opened up every single file and you went through every single paper and you, and like it's kind of a cold case detective work thing. Like you almost feel like metatextually. If y'all don't know the book House of Leaves, in that book, it's about a critic named Zanpano who writes this novel length analysis of a film, but that film doesn't exist. And Zampano dies with just like all these scraps that he had taken notes on that this schizophrenic dude who lived in the same apartment finds and cobbles together into a book. And he's trying to understand the book and interpret it. So he keeps writing his own notations about like what's going on in his life and his attempt to comprehend this fucking book about a goddamn movie that doesn't exist. And the movie itself is about a family who moves into a house that turns out to be bigger on the inside than it is on the outside, and it keeps growing in like an inner labyrinth that goes on infinitely. This game is about exploring the infinite labyrinth that goes on infinitely. This game is about just charting the whole entire world of your mind. That's how I feel about it, or at least that's what it feels like it's doing to me by playing it. Is like I'm really into maps, the like physical maps or even Google Maps, like navigation. I like in video games where you know how in some games you can explore like if anybody's ever played Star Ocean 3, that game had like a percentage for literally how much of the map you have walked through. Etrian Odyssey, games like this, like that are about really any good RPG dungeon design is about like you got to find every nook and cranny in that place, right? Dark Souls, right? Like it's all about how much can I find in this labyrinth? And can I cram it all in my brain? Can I remember all of it? Can I remember the whole topography of planet Earth? Video games play on that instinct you have inside, but to me, not doing it in real life feels like you're wasting the instinct. It's like, well, I'm more interested in how the actual map of the real world, because it has some potential to affect me or for me to affect it in a grandiose sense. This game is like studying the topography of the entire Earth. It makes me feel like Ed's dad in Cowboy Bebop. Definitely relatable character. I don't know if I'm more like Ed or Ed's dad, but the guy who just drives around because the Earth is constantly being hit by asteroids in Cowboy Bebop, and so the topography is always changing, and so he's constantly driving around to update the maps. And I don't think anybody actually gives a fuck. It's just like he's personally obsessed with keeping the maps accurate. And you kind of get the sense that he's just been driven insane by the fact that the topography won't stop changing. Trixie doesn't need the answer. Ark's instantly going to know all the answers. I just feel like this game, by the end of episode 8, she'll finally ascend to a new plane of existence. Look, I'm on the other end of the time skip. I created this song called Time Skips back in like 2021, I think. And at the time, I was hoping that writing that song would make me suddenly realize I was waking up at the end of a time skip that I hadn't realized was already happening. That didn't happen. I was like, this is a boomerang I'm throwing out. Everything I write is like a boomerang. Throw it in the cold. No, throw it in the heat. Catch it like it's just a cold thing. That's the lyric from Juiced Up. I just fucking quoting my own raps trying to explain Umineko and why I think I understand it. I knew I would at some point hit the other end of the time skip, and it would be like I had suddenly leveled up, you know, like in a like imagine an altered beast and it's like power up and then you become like even more of a furry. You know what I mean? Does anyone know what the fuck I am talking about anymore? I feel like I am speaking entirely in references and I don't think anyone can possibly get all of these references. Like I feel like I just referenced 8 different things and I can't imagine anybody gets all 8 of those references at the same time. Okay. Altered Beast mentioned. Okay. Everybody knows Altered Beast. Everybody's heard King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard song. Altered Beast, alter me. All right. So what I'm trying to say is that uh I enjoy keeping in a state of constant intake and emotion sometimes where like I get really bored of myself. I get bored of thinking about myself. I get bored of thinking about my past. I get bored of my own creativity. And so I'll try to consume as much as humanly possible. And sometimes that means like watching every anime that came out that year for like a whole month, or just what I've been doing for the last few weeks. I've been listening to like literally every album that comes out in 2024 from any artist that is relevant to me at all, and like heavily maintaining these Spotify playlists. I spend a lot of time on my Spotify playlists. I should really probably like share them more often. I'm obsessed with my Spotify playlists. It's bad. It's the only real reason I pay for Spotify. I basically pay for the right to create playlists. That doesn't seem healthy to me, but it must be some kind of therapy. At least it's not like BetterHelp's not going to do anything for me, but Spotify playlists, real sweet spot in my mind. You only have one Spotify playlist of the songs you associate with Legacy Raiders. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what Legacy Raiders is. Or listen to any stuff in your list yet, Amy? No, I have not. Send that to me in a DM, and I will do that. So I'll forget. YouTube playlists are free. BetterHelp is a scam. Yeah, but YouTube doesn't have the ease of use that Spotify has. Spotify is very, very fast at getting you to the songs you want to hear, and its recommendation algorithm is legitimately incredible. I've been introduced to a staggering number of artists through Spotify just finding them for me. Anyway, enough about Spotify. No more music questions. This is not a rabbit hole we need to go down in this discussion we're having right now, because this will take us somewhere else. I know this game teaches you again that every single corridor is worth exploring, but not necessarily. It's very organized. The game is actually, it feels more chaotic than it is, and I can see all of you constantly realizing that as we play the game. Like everybody who's played it once, who's now seeing it for the second time, is like, "What the fuck?" Like there's way more of this is way more important than I realized, is what people keep saying. And I feel like, I don't know why I say this, but to me, there is something implicit in the writing about that. And maybe it is, again, that I just know the logic of the game in general. But like, when you write so much, there's so much written, but only certain phrases are repeated, or only certain scenes are dwelled on, but then other ones are kind of brushed past. Like, it feels like everything is hyper intentional. And the act of repeating yourself I'm known for saying the same things over and over again, but in more of a like sweeping. If you watch my videos, you'll hear me tell the same stories over and over. Uh, I'm trying to become actually. I'm trying to do more of just kind of saying literally the exact same thing twice, or starting a sentence over like I just did there. I kind of learned this from watching Donald Trump, but he will literally just say the exact same thing two different ways constantly. And it's because he wants to make sure that you got it. And he'll say it just differently enough that it doesn't feel like you just listen to a guy say the same thing twice, unless you're really paying attention, which most people aren't. But he gets his point across. Even if you're not paying attention, you vaguely figure out what he's trying to say because he literally says everything twice. So when this game does it, I always kind of fixate like a little bit. Oh, they said that twice. And I know I'm not going to remember the exact words that were said twice later. I don't have that level of eidetic word autism. But I know that it's logged in my brain. Like, I absolutely know those details of the story so that when something later happens, I'm going to go, oh, that's because of this thing. And I'm going to know that thing because the story told me that thing 5 fucking times, you know, like I'm going to know that the letters are in Hebrew. It hasn't mattered yet. It has not mattered. It has meant nothing that it's in Hebrew so far. But it obviously matters. It must matter that it's in Hebrew. Why would it specifically be Hebrew? That is so fucking specific. So fucking specific. We've also named like half the fucking grimoire of demons already. Like, that's just kind of been slipped into the game that Maria just named. Like, I haven't like read the grimoire of demons. I don't know demons like that. I'm not that into the occult because I was raised very secular. So religious stuff is all just mostly funny to me. But like, uh I like them because they have funny names. I'm crossing my fingers. I'm hoping Uval shows up in this game. Uvall. I only know about this demon because there was like a cool black metal band that named themselves Uval. Uval. That's how I think you're supposed to say it. Uval. I actually I just remembered one of my many unfinished story ideas is for a mecha game or series, mecha anime series called Ultra Immortal Uval. This was, I think, before I had seen Bokurano, or maybe I had forgotten about it, but it's like the same concept. It was like a mech that like piloting it like kills you or something. But it was like literally just a big demon, like Mazinger, but instead of a god, it's a demon from hell, you know? And it's Ultra Immortal Uval. I don't remember much more of that concept than that, or there was much more to it. Atlas Games made you learn the names of some religion stuff. You should remember that turn the chessboard over has been mentioned 12 times so far. Only 12? Surely it was more than that. I feel like he said it 5 times in one fucking scene at one point. What is the ultimate Atlas game? I know Digital Devil Saga is a lot of people's suggestion, and I didn't make it all the way to the second one. I actually own a physical copy of the second one, but I could never find the first one physically. So I finally downloaded it. I played like 30 fucking hours of it when I lived with my Uncle Johnny. This was another one of those like planning, like, hey, maybe I'll write a video about this game if I decide I like it a whole lot. And then I got like way into it. And then, but the story kind of fell apart. Like, even as far as I'd gotten in, like maybe halfway or 3/4 through, like I kind of was losing interest in the plot. And I know the second game is supposed to be a lot more hype, but like I feel like a lot of those games, the story is just really thin. Like, it's thinly spread. They're much more mechanically focused. And I'm like more interested in the story, but the games are way more mechanics focused, it seems like. with the exception, I guess, of Persona, where they kind of dumb down the mechanics from the main games. But then that also makes me feel like it's too juvenile for me. So I don't know. I feel like there must be an Ultimate Atlas game for me. I should play the new Catherine, the remake of Catherine. I'd probably get more out of that than I did the first time. Okay. I should probably start playing this fucking video game. I've been talking for 35 minutes about other things. I think I made my point, probably. Maybe Catherine is bad and transphobic, though. Okay, well then, fuck Catherine then. Fuck that game. What is a good Atlas game? What's the good one? What's the most trans Atlas game? Do they have a good trans game? Strange Journey, Nocturne, and 4. Oh yeah, what about 5? I know about that one's thing now too, right? I don't think I have 4. I think I have Soul Hackers. Atlas is very much fake woke. Yeah, that's the impression. I've seen a lot of videos criticizing Atlas's approach to gay characters, especially in Persona 4. Persona 4 got a lot of shit for its like, yeah, the character is gay, but also like we're kind of making fun of him for it in a way. Like he's cool, but he's also like uncool. I don't know. It was a weird one. Also, I have played through all of Persona 2 Endless Punishment, and I really loved the writing for the first like 20 hours. I would say the first half. I loved the first half, hated the second half. Because it always just becomes like, all right, we all got to fight Demon Lord now. And like Demon Lord's just, haha, well, humans are foolish, so you all deserve to die. And it's like, oh, I don't give a fucking shit, dude. Like, the bad guy in that game was literally Nyarlathotep. Fucking Nyarlathotep. There was no other reference to anything Lovecraft in the game at all. Nyarlathotep was not that type of story. Like, I don't think they've ever read Nyarlathotep when they named the guy that. It's not. Anyway, let's play some Umineko. Let me try to get into Nazi's headspace. She's a Karen with a gun. She's paranoid. Everyone around her is dead. Her husband's dead. Once upon a midnight dreary, I wandered weak and weary. Edgar Allan Podunk. Okay. At any rate, we'll lock this room and leave everything as it is until the police come. I did it. I said the line. All agreed? Nazi proclaimed it as though she didn't care whether they agreed or not. If anyone had a right to object, it would have been George, but he looked as though he had shed enough tears. Still facing away from them, George nodded slightly and rose to his feet, and everyone else agreed in response. Nazi still hadn't opened the head's Western-style envelope she had picked up. Oh yeah, they haven't read that yet. But since they would all be leaving the room now, she decided that she would unseal it in the parlor where everyone could watch. As soon as they walked out into the hallway to head back to the parlor, some of them immediately felt something out of place, or maybe sensed something strange.
Stinky! You noticed it too, Maria? What is this stench? It smells awful.
As they all sniffed the air, they did notice a horribly... Oh, wait, I forgot to turn the game volume down. It's probably louder than fuck, right? Oh, shit, wrong button. The audio's fine. Maybe it maintained its settings. I don't know why it's taking so fucking long. Alright, whatever. I will go quickly to the kitchen. Check the kitchen. I'm sure I turned the flame off. After noticing a burnt smell, it was natural that Kumasawa, who had just been cooking in the kitchen, suspected that her own clumsiness had caused it. Kumasawa hastily dashed away. Kanon, go with Kumasawa. Do not let her be alone. Yes! After nodding at Genji's order, Kanon went chasing after her. The others, although they did not run, also followed in order to search for the source of the smell. Oh yeah, I should change the topic to Umineko, shouldn't I guess it was basically just a talk show and podcast up to this point, but now we should all be very proper about it, shouldn't we? How do I... Alright, cool. It's a lot easier to do this when you're actually live than it is when you're not for some fucking reason. Question arcs. Okie dokie, that's been updated.
Ugh! Stinky! Ugh!
What? I now have no audio. What's happening? Y'all hear it still? I no longer hear the game. Oh, probably what happened is I opened up that volume mixer and then it, like, you know. Okay, whatever. It truly is a stench that makes the nose wrinkle. However, I'm not sure it would be safe to open a window for ventilation. Natsuhi was reluctant to open the windows in a situation where self-defense was so important. Let us run the fan. I do not believe there will be any need to open the windows. George Aniki, is it okay if I talk to you? If it's about finding the killer, then I have no problems. It seemed that George had already climbed out of the abyss of his sorrow. All that filled his chest now was the quiet flame of hatred towards the killer who had stolen the lives of his beloved parents. See, the writing is actually good in this game. The chain for the room was set. From what I could tell by looking at it, I'm positive that it couldn't be opened from the outside. In other words, that means it was a perfect locked room. Yes, it does. In the case of the Rose Garden storehouse, they might have sneaked the shutter's key out of the servant room, or maybe they had a duplicate key. I can imagine many ways they could have done it. But this chain is different. Among generally used locking techniques, a chain is the simplest one to create a locked room with. Only a chain will block everyone from coming from the outside, as long as it isn't physically broken. So does this mean that the culprit couldn't have gone in or out through the door? That's interesting. Just a few hours ago, I seem to remember everyone making a fuss over how to get out of a room without using the door. Back then, everyone had been making a fuss over how grandfather had disappeared from his room. Because of the receipt that Auntie Ava had stuck in the door on a whim, it was revealed that the door had remained sealed, and since Aunt Natsuhi had been the only person to enter or exit during that time, she had come under suspicion. Auntie Ava had proposed a theory about how Aunt Natsuhi might have thrown grandfather out the window and left by the door herself. Yeah, I'm surprised she didn't get a lot more shit for that crackpot-ass fucking theory. Like, they could have just gone outside and saw his corpse wasn't there, right? Like, who... Did she think the servants had taken it off, I guess? I don't know. Extra is how I would describe that theory. But this door is much simpler. It was sealed from the inside by the door chain. The window had also been closed from the inside, and the bodies had been in the room. This time it really was, without exaggeration, a true locked room. That's right, if you include grandfather's disappearance, 3 incidents have occurred, and all 3 times the door has been the point of interest. The first was the shutter. There was a key in the servant room, and if we assume someone knew about that, this can't really be called a locked room. So I guess doors are pretty important in this game. More like a door into summer. The next was the door sealed by the receipt. However, since Aunt Natsuhi had entered the room, she could have let grandfather out through the window or thrown him out, and she would have been able to lock the window before leaving. Or, like my crazy theory, he could have hidden until the receipt was gone and left the room later. Basically, this door can be defeated with a handful of desperate tricks. In that sense, you really can't call this one a locked room either. And now we have the door sealed with the door chain. Finally, we have to give up. The window, the door, everything had been locked from the inside. It was a perfect locked room. The first hadn't been a locked room because everyone could be suspected. The second hadn't. This is like when the Conan filler episode, like, you know, is trying to fill time. They're like, what if we just like really in depth explained the locked, like the concept of a locked room? Anyway, the first hadn't been a locked room because everyone could be suspected. The second hadn't been a locked room because Aunt Natsuhi could be suspected. But this time, no one can be suspected. This room was a perfect locked room sealed by a door chain that denied access equally to everyone. See, like, this is a perfect example of, they don't say everything 7 times, but they sure did point out that that room is a perfect locked room 7 fucking times just now. In that case, did the culprit carry out the crime without entering the room? Some method from outside the room? Good thought. Good thought. It is a chain, so even though it can't be opened wide enough for a person to fit through, you can open it a small crack. The culprit could knock on the door to make them peer out before attacking them, or... Wait, is that naive? What if the culprit's just really small and can fit through the door? What if it's just Maria? She might not be that small. What if it's like a mouse creature? Some kind of witch-controlled mouse with a knife. I don't know. An ice pick, I'm sorry. Ice pick-like object with a gargoyle on it. It is a chain, so even though it can't be opened wide enough for a person to fit through... Oh, I already read that. The culprit could knock on the door to make them peer out before attacking them, or... Wait, is that naive? Yeah, it is. If Auntie Ava's body had been lying right next to the door, then it might have been possible. But she was on the bed in the center of the room, and Uncle Hideyoshi was even in the bathroom. What if they stumbled back? Looking from the crack in the door, you couldn't even see them, and you couldn't reach them with your hands either. Damn it, this is no good at all, and I don't have a clue. I guess there probably would have been a blood trail. Something was tugging softly at my sleeve. It was Maria. What the fuck else would it be?
Woo!
Just predicting. Yep, okay. I was right.
Satisfied?
What do you mean, satisfied?
Battler, since you didn't want to doubt any of your relatives, you made a wish, saying that you wanted the culprit to be Beatrice, right? Well, Beatrice granted your wish. Just as you said, she did it in a way that no human could to make you believe in the witch. Yet you're being stubborn. Ow!
I tapped Maria, who was laughing unpleasantly on the head with my fist. Sure, thanks for granting it. That was an expression of my gratitude and a free lesson in not laughing at times like this. More importantly, tell me, child abuse? Just as bad as her mother? There was more mysterious graffiti on the door to Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. Was that another magic circle? What are you, the government? Fuck off, battler. I'm not answering your questions after you knock me on the goddamn head.
It has an especially memorable and characteristic design, so I'd hope you'd at least know that one. Ouch!
I don't know, that's why I've handed the stage over to you. Quit whining and explain.
You sure are violent, battler. I won't tell you if you're too mean, get it? Ow! I'll say it, you brutish man. That's the first magic circle of the moon.
What does it mean? What is this magic circle's benefit? What does the Hebrew writing mean?
The words are from the Old Testament, Psalm 107, verse 16. For he has broken the gates of brass and cut through the bars of iron. This magic circle has 2 effects. First, it can open any door regardless of the method used to lock it.
That sure is convenient magic. So your wish is proclaiming this to be a door that can't be opened without relying on the power of magic? And the other effect?
It takes the unopened door as a representation of an unassailable situation and opens it. By using it in a difficult situation, it gives you a solution you hadn't even thought of until then. To put it simply, it grants the powers of observation and discernment, inspiration and intuition. Beatrice is trying to provoke you lowly humans, since she thinks there's no way you could ever understand how this door was opened. Ouch!
Alright, good work. Now shut up. Suits me fine. I accept that witch's challenge. Maria-chan, things like witches and demons don't exist in this world. Oh shit, he's fucking code switching. Motherfucker. Someone killed mother and father. I don't know whether that was someone I know or not. But either way, it was definitely a human. You've been an adult for like 6 months and you're already revealing that you have been lying to children. George. You got a lot of growing up to do, dog.
Yeah, but how? How did they reach them through a crack in the door that couldn't have been more than 10 centimeters wide? At any rate, I can hardly stand this stench. What in the world could it be?
Kanon and Kumasawa, who had gone ahead, realized before they even reached the kitchen that the smell wasn't coming from there. That was because on their way to the kitchen, they noticed that an even thicker wave of stench was rising up from the stairs leading to the basement. The boiler room. I wonder if there's something wrong with the boiler again. Thank you, P, for the 99-cent super sticker. I can't see what the sticker is actually through StreamYard. I can go to YouTube and look at it. Let me go see what that is. It's a bunch of hearts and it says 20. Hell yeah. Okay, anyway. Those stairs led to the underground boiler room. Gary's like, whose head is going to be in the basement? Yeah, I'm like, who's not around? The mansion's boiler was old and had been playing up recently. Both of them had witnessed problems with the boiler on several occasions, but they had never smelled it belching out a stench like this before. I don't think anybody else should die on this night, right? Based on the epitaph. Slam. What was that sound? The sound that they had heard from the basement had definitely been the sound of a door closing. Although she did phrase it as a question, Kumasawa too had already realized that the sound couldn't have been anything else. Kumasawa was so surprised at that sound that her knees gave away yet again and she cowered. Because at that very moment, no one could have been in the boiler room. Oh, fucking shit, dog. Beatrice, the girl witch is in that there boiler room. Just a few seconds ago, everyone had been crowded together in Ava and Hideyoshi's room. So who caused the sound of a door closing just now? It's the night to eat the bitch. Kanon-san! Instantly gathering the situation, Kanon ran towards the basement. Yeah, there you go, someone with action. Since they had heard the sound of a door closing just now, and there was no trace of someone climbing the stairs, it meant that the person who had closed the door was now inside the boiler room. If the boiler room had been a dead end, Kanon wouldn't have rushed to it in so hastily. But Kanon was a servant, so he knew. There were two entrances, one that opened to the mansion and one that opened to the courtyard. If he didn't chase them now, they might slip away. Kumasawa reached the same conclusion long after Kanon did. I think I remember this scene from the anime. But she couldn't let him go alone. If the thing in the boiler room was the killer, an opponent who had easily killed 6 adults in the first murder, then Kanon would be no match if he simply confronted them alone. Of course, by this argument, Kumasawa joining him alone wouldn't mean anything, but at any rate, after a delay, Kumasawa decided that she mustn't let Kanon go alone, and she dashed down the stairs. There's a leak in the boiler room. The boiling the blind. Who are the ones that we left in charge? Killers, thieves, and lawyers. God's away, God's away, God's away on business. Business. That's a Tom Waits song. Anyway. At that time, Kanon was already in the boiler room. The boiler room's characteristic damp heat tormented him. It had always been an unpleasantly smelly and hot place. And on top of that, the room was full of that horrible stench, which made Kanon feel like he was going to be sick. There was no doubt that this room was the origin. In that case, Kanon should have been searching for where the smell was coming from. However, Kanon kept gazing straight forward as he grabbed a hatchet from a tool shelf just off to the side of the door. He hadn't stretched out his hand because he'd wanted a hatchet. He had wanted to grab a weapon, any weapon. Why? Kanon gazed into the darkness where the naked light bulb couldn't pierce. Then he answered. In roulette, you bet on a number or the colors red or black, vying for a payoff. However, low-risk bets like red or black only offer a similarly low payoff. The words coming from Kanon's mouth were swallowed up by the darkness. That darkness suddenly started to swirl, glittering. Interesting. Oh shit, it's butterfly time. Real butterfly hours. Y'all, I've been hanging out with butterflies a lot the last 2 weekends. Because I found my favorite place in Southern Virginia, Chippewa State Park, where there's like hundreds and hundreds of butterflies, all different species. If you haven't seen my Instagram or Twitter where I posted the pictures, anyway. It was a very fantastical scene. Golden sparkling butterflies that hid in the shadows all over the boiler room and disappeared into the darkness gathering together. Oh, flapped their wings twinkling beautifully and disappeared into the darkness gathering. Kanon continued speaking, directing his words at the darkness as it swallowed the butterflies up. But as the butterflies gathered in the darkness, they probably know they must have laughed. Pyro, this place isn't even a butterfly sanctuary. It's just popular with them. They just pop off. It's right on the James River. Literally across the river from Jamestown, the first the first U.S. settlement, European settlement, I should say, in the United States. Not even first European, the first English settlement in the United States. We're right across the river from it, and there's this gorgeous state park that was originally a plantation, and then it became like a mansion in the 1800s that was still used as like a plantation, but, you know, without the slaves. And then now it's a state park, and they've got all the old farming equipment there. It's pretty cool. And there's a beach with a lot of shells on the James River. It's pretty cool. Kanon continued speaking, directing his words at the darkness as it swallowed the butterflies up. But as the butterflies gathered in the darkness, I already read that. But Kanon continued to speak without faltering in the slightest. On the other hand, if you bet on something of a lower probability, you receive a payoff proportional to this. The master called succeeding despite an astronomical risk a miracle, and called the astronomical payoff gained as a result magic. I have no interest what kind of magic you and the master were seeking when you spun that roulette, but you forgot something. You forgot that roulette has a pocket that is neither red nor black. Roulette has a special pocket called zero, which means that the house takes everything in certain variants of the game. Okay. So he's like, fuck you, it's my house, bitch. Meaning that all of the coins bet on the table will be swept up, just as though everyone has forfeit. I set my heart on one thing, that if Shannon were to be killed and I was left alive, I would bring this roulette of yours to ruin, even at the cost of my life. This isn't one of the master's rules, and it certainly isn't one of yours. I made this rule myself. Alright, so this is Kanon's self-empowerment. I'm not furniture anymore. Oh shit! He's pulling a Beauty and the Beast. He's turning into a talking piece of furniture. I'm the zero on your roulette. Oh, he's zero. He's fucking Lelouch. It's Lelouch. This is actually Lelouch. But that's a secret. Kanon's face twisted with humiliation. It was clear that he had been dealt ridicule in response to his self-denial. Kanon's brow creased even further, and a furious expression that he had never shown anyone appeared on his face. You think you're going to be able to beat the Golden Witch the day you decided you weren't furniture anymore? You're a talking chair, dog. The hand grasping the hatchet was shaking. His sweat became drops which slid down. It was clear that the emotions causing Kanon's hand to shake was not anger alone. However, Kanon suppressed that emotion. I won't let your words lead me astray again. This is where the demon's roulette ends. Wait another 1,000 years in hell for your next summoner. Beatrice! When Kanon swung the hatchet upwards and tried to dive into the darkness definitely sneered. It sneered at that courage as vulgar, lazy, futile, and meaningless. Yeah, fuck you, Kanon, you little bitch, you little fucking couch. Couch-ass fucking bitch. Oh, shit. That's how I show up in your mind every day when you're not watching the streams. Oh, fuck. God damn it, Trixie, get out of my brain. Kanon, his hatchet still held aloft, couldn't take another step after that. That was the scariest picture that you've already seen before. Like, very banal looking photo being used like as a jump scare. With a clang, the hatchet that Kanon had been grasping fell and rolled on the floor. And following that, with a pair of thuds, Kanon's knees hit, left then right. That hand, which looked like it was trying to catch the sky now that the hatchet had been dropped, gradually lowered and rested on his chest. Then the other hand did the same. Oh shit. Did he hatch it himself? Right there was a handle with a demon-shaped design engraved upon it. The same type of weapon that had been stabbed into Eva and Hideyoshi's foreheads was in Kanon's chest. Oh, son of a bitch. I mean, you challenged someone who killed 8 people tonight, and you're like a 12-year-old child who has thought they were furniture until this moment. I dumb child, very dumb child, this one. Not the brightest light in the chandelier, this one. Fresh blood dribbled from the corner of Kanon's mouth as it twisted in anguish. He does got that dog in him, I'll give him that. But he's got that dumb dog in him. It was makeup too powerful for Kanon's white skin. Oh, he's gacked now. Aishi, that's Bucktick. Aishi Airusamoto. Around this scene, the glittering gold butterflies danced mesmerizingly through the darkness. It was a beautiful, beautiful dance, a funeral march of tribute, ridicule, and contempt for a single boy's self-sacrifice. Kanon had already been prepared for his own death, but he attempted one last measure of resistance to reject death in at least the form it had been delivered to him. With both hands, he grasped the handle of the weapon sticking into his chest, and gritting his teeth at the acute, unearthly pain, he pulled it out. Hey, goddamn. For only a moment, a bright red spray gushed out. I don't know the song that goes Watashi wa Paranoia, Matsuko Pyrope, sorry. But I'm imagining it like Watashi wa Paranoia, Watashi wa Paranoia, Watashi wa Paranoia, Watashi. For only a moment, a bright red spray gushed out. It made an unpleasant bloop sound. An unpleasant bloop sound. I'm reminded of the glopping sound that 2 years worth of semen made endlessly flowing into Asuna in Sword Art Online chapter 16.5 web version. I think that's the chapter. 12.5, something like that. It probably resembled the sound of Kanan's soul as it was... I'm sorry for bringing that up while Kanan's dying, but I'm sure we're going to watch him die more than once. It probably resembled the sound of Kanan's soul as it was sucked into the swamp of the dead.
Kanon-san?
Kanan-san? Here! Someone! Kumasawa screamed at the incomprehensible sight in front of her. Kanan was lying in a pool of blood. Kumasawa's heart was a complete mess. Ah, what a terrible fate. Isn't that what it says in Castlevania 2 when it becomes nighttime? No, what a terrible night to have a curse. That's that line. I feel like I've heard what a terrible fate in something before too. Paranoid Doll is the song? Okay. Can't deny Kanan's pull-out game. That's hilarious. S4, that's a good one. He wouldn't have been killed if I had been with him. Ah, what incredible fortune. If I had been with him, I might have been killed too. Yeah. The Moe and the Guro. As she screamed, her expression was filled with complete confusion, and all of the muscles of her face were pulled up, almost as though she was smiling while crying. No one could have made fun of an expression such as this. It's so hard to make fun of, we did not dare try to draw it. What is it, Kumasawa? No, this is wrong. What is it, Kumasawa? Answer me, Kumasawa! The first one to dash in was Natsuhi with a rifle at the ready. Battler and Genji dashed in after her. Y'all really let that bitch beat you to the punch. Normally, they probably would have started discussing the origin of that violent stench filling the boiler room. But after they saw Kanon, who was lying on the ground as if he were drowning in an ocean of his own blood, the stench wasn't important anymore. Kanon! Answer me! Genji, bring Dr. Nanjo here. Ooh, I think I finally locked in Natsuhi's voice. Natsuhi realized that even though Kanon was on the verge of death, he was still conscious. I figured out that because they're all Westaboos, they have to have mid-Atlantic accents. I was only really doing it with Ava, but I think Natsuhi also has to be like, oh, a little bit pearl clutch. You know, like not quite all the way European like that, but just a little twist of the, like Rarity. She has to sound a little bit like Rarity from My Little Pony. Natsuhi realized that even though Kanon was on the verge of death, he was still conscious, so she sent Genji to get the doctor. Natsuhi, holding the rifle aloft, faced the darkness in the center of the boiler room and shouted, "Who is hiding over there? Come out quietly. If you don't come out from there, I'll shoot without mercy." A flashlight! Ani, let's light him up! Battler, thinking quickly, took a large flashlight from the tool shelf alongside the door and used its light to cut through the darkness Natsuhi was glaring into. But the light only shone on mechanical-looking piping and a door. The door had been left open a small crack, and it was obvious that someone had left through there in a hurry. Natsuhi, where does that door go? Genji, where does that door lead to? Neither one of them knows. The courtyard. I like how I let you get away, you damn bastard! Battler let out a war cry as he slammed into the door. Cool air from the outside suddenly rushed in. There were some thin, rough stairs leading up. Battler ran up them, shouting, "Wait, Battler-kun! It's dangerous to be alone! Take this!" Natsuhi also rushed up the stairs, chasing after Battler, hands him the gun. At the top was the courtyard. The courtyard of the mansion had been built strictly for lighting purposes, so it wasn't a very elegant place. Because it was surrounded on all sides, the air was calm and completely undisturbed, even though they could hear the sound of strong winds. There was only the gentle, sorrowful rain. Gentle? That shit looks like it is coming the fuck down. Through the cold, scattered raindrops, Battler dashed up the stairs and into the courtyard where he looked in every direction. Of course, the odds of him finding a suspicious silhouette were just standing around nonchalantly were pretty much zero. Battler turned around and... You know, like would be happening if this was a Detective Conan filler. Battler turned around, looking in all directions. He turned again and again. He kept spinning until he almost lost the sense of direction. He prayed that he would see the culprit somewhere in this scenery, but there was no chance. All he saw as he spun was more and more of the mansion's heartless walls and windows. This is fucking hilarious, actually. This is really funny. Like, playing with the cliche of seeing like a silhouette of the villain, and like he's wants to see that, but it's not happening, so he's just running around in circles pathetically. That is fucking hilarious. That's pretty fucking brilliant. Furthermore, there were 2 entrances into the mansion from the courtyard, and neither of them were locked. Because the courtyard couldn't be entered from outside the mansion, the doors had been built without locks. He couldn't tell which one they had left through. He had to give up. Battler pounded... This might be my favorite, Battler moment so far. Battler pounded the wall with his fist, swearing, Battler-kun, you mustn't run ahead by yourself. Battler-kun? Battler put his head against the wall and scratched at it with his fingernails as he cried. Shit, shit, shit! Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi, and now Kanon-kun too? You killed 6 whole people! Wait, 9? And that wasn't enough, so you killed 3 more! Okay. Fuck you, fuck you! Oh, he said Fuzakenna. That was the name of my website for a while. Fuzakenna.com. For the short... Before it was my sword is unbelievably dull.wordpress.com, I was paying for hosting for about a year. And it was Fuzakenna.com. Which can be translated as fuck you. It also can be don't fuck with me, or are you fucking with me? Just a very harsh way of saying Fuzakeruna, which kind of means the same thing. Anyway, Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi were always fun and kind to us. I just met Kanon-kun yesterday, but I'm sure I'd have gotten along fine with them. Why did you kill them? Why? When people die, they don't come back to life again, you know? People die when they are killed. That has to be a reference to that, right? This has to be a fucking Fate Stay Night reference. When people die, they don't come back to life again, you know? That's a sane way of writing the sentence, people die when they are killed. I don't know. I have to look into if it's the same Japanese, because this could be literally the same phrase and just a better translation of it. I have no idea. They aren't going to quickly sprout up again like bamboo shoots. Why would you kill them? Why? Battler was a boy who could understand the feelings of pain and regret in a person's heart. So he cried. He has empathy. With all his strength, Nazi, who had always thought of Battler as a strong person, was a little surprised to find that he had this delicate side. Is there not strength in being able to feel? And at the same time understood how easily hurt the heart of a young person could be, so she held him. Oh my god, Mommy Core. It's alright. I will definitely protect you, George-kun, Maria-chan, and Jessica. George-kun's a man, but you, a little bitch, still needs a mother's love. As a mother and as the representative of the Ushiromi family. Battler after sobbing into Nazi's chest for a while, and who wouldn't wanna? Wiped his tears with a bitter smile and then tried to convey that he had cried more than enough already, just as he had done the times before. I mean, she's literally wearing a handkerchief on her tits. That is a rack built to be cried into. You think they considered that when he was alright, so I know he's going to cry to her tits at one point. What if I gave her a nice handkerchief to wear like an ascot? Is it attached to the pendant? Is the pendant holding the thing in place? It's like a napkin holder? Alright, I am definitely roasting this way too hard. Okay. Anyway, let's go back down for now. Yeah, you better go down. Okay, I can't stop. Protecting ourselves is a higher priority than finding the culprit. Tomorrow, the boat will arrive. After that happens, the police will come and everything should be brought to light. There's no way the killer can escape this island, no matter how much they struggle. Right. When the police come. Yeah, fuck the police. I'm about to kill that motherfucker. When the seagulls cry, the crime will be solved. They did it again! How many times actually are they going to say? Is there going to be a part where he's like begging and pleading to God for the seagulls to fucking finally cry? Like, I assume the seagulls, maybe we'll get to hear them cry before the very end of the whole story, but I assume that we're not going to hear these seagulls cry until like 100 hours from now, right? Like, they can't just let the seagulls cry until the whole fucking thing's over, right? When the seagulls cry, the crime will be solved. So if he's right about this, we're not gonna hear. You do hear them in the title screen, but I assumed that the title screen was either before or after everything, or both. The title screen is like the title screen is outside of the story. I think it's the only reprieve you get from being in the labyrinth. Like, it's like a smoke break. It's like if you were standing outside of the story itself, having a cigarette, getting ready to go back into the story, you know, because it's atemporal. Like, you're actually at the end and the beginning and inside every part of it. It all, like, all of time exists. All of time exists. We've taken pictures of back in time. So it's still out, like, back in time. Like, the light from the sun is 8 minutes old. It's still out there. The past is still physically, and the future, they're all physically there. It's all already there. We're just experiencing it in a linear subjectivity. So we've all already been to the end of this game. We've all read all of Umineko. We just haven't experienced having read all of Umineko yet. Why does Trixie sound higher than usual today? I got a fancier vape than usual. Usually I get these ones. They're kind of shitty. I got a nicer one. Maybe that's why. I don't know. But for some reason, Battler felt a slight sense of uneasiness, as if the seagulls would never cry again. Oh no. That couldn't be true. I literally know it's not, because they cry on the fucking title. I already explained why that's not true. When the typhoon passes, the lively seagulls should return to the harbor again. Unless they got genocided like the red sparrows. This is like a math test. You know the answer, but you need to prove you know it. Yeah, exactly. Which is, funnily enough, for me, the hard part of math. Like, particularly in late high school, when it got into like late algebra, it bothered the shit out of me, because it wasn't just that they want you to show the math, but they want you to show it in a specific way that they taught you to do it. And it's like, but that's not the, like, if you understand how to get the answer another way, why do I have to prove that I could do it the way that you told me to do it? I got the fucking answer. Like, that drove me insane, and it made it really hard for... I failed Algebra 2 the first time. I took it a second time, and I did really well. But it was a lot of it was the conceptual stuff. Also, my teacher, like, quit, like, 2 months into that class, and so we just had subs for the rest of the year. And I did not respect them, frankly. Anyway... I returned to the boiler room along with Aunt Nazi and told the room weakly, with a sense of weakness, that we hadn't found anything. They told me that Dr. Nanjo and George Aniki had carried Kanon-kun to the servant room. The servant room had a first aid kit and a sink and could apparently function as a nurse's office. Kumasawa-san and Jessica had accompanied them. Blood. Stains from Kanon-kun's blood remained on the floor. Judging by the large amount of blood lost and the ruthless shape of the weapon that had fallen unceremoniously to the ground, I figured that Dr. Nan... Actually, there was some ceremony. I know he wasn't there to see it. But the butterflies did a whole dance about this. There was some ceremony. I figured that Dr. Nanjo's treatment would probably end in vain. That weapon was doubtlessly the same type that had been stuck in Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi's foreheads. But wait, isn't the demonic design on the handle a little different? Ah, different demons for each person. There seemed to be some small differences in that part. Still, as far as their, or maybe the other two were the same demon, as far as their overall shape was concerned, the weapons were all of the same type. Though it had seemed brutal, we'd left the weapon stuck into Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi to preserve the crime scene. So this was the first time I was able to have a perfect view of the entire weapon. Yeah, I didn't want to stare at the one that was sticking out of my uncle's forehead, but I couldn't even say aunt because that was too sad of a word to say for me. Wow. Third wave feminism. Indeed, the weapon was not bladed like a knife, but shaped like an ice pick, or rather a thin stake. And also, it had a spiral shaped design, sort of like a drill to pierce the heavens with. To use a disturbing analogy, it looked like something that might be driven into the hearts of human sacrifices in some demonic ritual. I can't remember. Is it Shikaida? Ore wa Shikaida? Ore wa Shikaida. Am I remembering this right? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Including the handle, it was about 25 centimeters long. Half of that was the stake-shaped part, which was stained with deep red blood. The length of the blood-stained part made it clear just how deeply it must have penetrated into Kanonkun's chest. But Aunt Natsuhi and the rest were not even looking at the weapon, instead standing in front of the incinerator where the horrible stench was emanating from. They had probably pulled that out of the furnace where it must have been burning. It was still smoldering and kept sending out dense waves of that awfully unpleasant smell. Genji-san and Maria were staring down at it. Aunt Natsuhi probably couldn't stand to look directly at it. She kept shaking her head, her back to it. I thought that after everything that had happened, nothing could surprise me anymore, but this was... Ugh. I stood there for a while moaning with a rising urge to vomit. Oh, hell yeah. The true nature of that unearthly stench was the charred smell from within the incinerator. Who's in? Who's in? Oreo Shikaida? That's funny. Anonymous. Ore wa Shikaida. I think it was Shikaida. Orewa means I am. It's a masculine way of saying I am in Japanese. Orewa. Wa can mean like is or am. Shikaida, I believe, was the name of the character. I'm not going to explain any more than this. If you don't get it, I can't make it funny. The true nature of that unearthly stench was the charred smell from within the incinerator of a burning corpse. The clothes, the surface of the body, and the hair were all hideously burned. That grotesque corpse was in a state where not the face, nor the age, nor even the gender could be guessed at. But when I thought about it calmly, I realized that a corpse appearing at this time could only be one person. Motherfucking Kinzo. Grandfather. Who had disappeared that morning and whose whereabouts had been unknown. I believe it is most likely the master. I agree that he would pass away in such a state. How heartrending. But is there any proof that this corpse really is grandfather? It's burnt so black you can't even tell what sex it is. Battler-kun, look at the feet. Aunt Natsuhi, with her handkerchief over her mouth and her eyes averted, pointed and told me to look at the burnt corpse's feet. The toes on both feet. Look closely. This is... Get this Kinzo feet pics. I'm also thinking, like, is this like the foot fetish version of, like, that cute corpses subreddit? Huh? You're right. Just as Genji-san had said, there were 6 toes on each foot. What the fuck? Each of the toes had been arranged so normally that I hadn't noticed. 12 toes down, motherfucker! The master had these uniquely characteristic toes since birth. I didn't know he was rocking some fucking guy who killed Inigo Montoya's father birth defects. Consequently, the master was entrusted with the revival of the Ushiromiya family. I have heard that since long ago, cases of polydactyly were common in the Ushiromiya family. Well, what do you know? Y'all used to be fucking growing extra fingers and shit. Or, I guess, toes. It's probably hereditary. Polydactyly literally means many fingers. Okay, I guess it can be both. Because of a little mistake by God, when the person is born, one of their toes or fingers splits into 2 and the total number increases. Yeah, it's totally fucking God's fault. But a big deal isn't usually made of polydactyly in the world at large. That's because it isn't a disease, but something people are born with. Also, it's rad. So the hospital is already aware of it when they are still babies, and at about the time they turn 1 year old, they are given surgery to make them normal. What a phrasing. Make them normal. How dare you have an extra finger? Yeah, the what subreddit? It was killed, unfortunately. It was back when there were, I think it was killed. Yeah, it's just like pictures of corpses just that were obviously cute. Like people who were attractive, but they're dead now. I never went to this subreddit myself, but I do think it's unfortunate whenever it was like that one. I think it was like the cute corpses subreddit, watch people die, and like one that just makes fun of fat people that all got deleted like right at the beginning of the whole social justice movement. Like it seems really obvious that would happen now, but that was the start of that seeming like a thing that would be obvious to happen, I guess is the way I would put it. That was like the sign when those went down that like, uh-oh, the internet's about to change, like it's not going to be cute corpses and watching people die anymore. Gary always says r/sexy abortion, r/killing women, and r/pics of dead kids. I don't know those ones, but holy moly, what the fuck is a sexy abortion? Never mind. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. There's already that one Shintaro Kago short in Super Dimensional Love Gun. I think that's what it's called. Dimensional Love. I think it's Super Dimensional Love Gun. All right. Anyway, I'm not even going to elaborate. You can just go read that book. It's amazing. So the hospital is already aware of it when they are still babies. Yeah, they make them normal. So even if a child has polydactyly, it is treated before they become self-aware, so they might not even remember it themselves. Does anybody else think that's weird? Maybe I only have this perspective because I don't know. This is weird to talk about as a trans woman, but I've already talked about it on the internet before. People know that I'm not circumcised, and like I find that whole practice really disturbing. Like, yeah, we take a baby and we chop a part of its fucking dick off, in a religious ritual. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why? Also, the guy keeps it. What? Like a trophy? Why? What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you fucking cutting babies' dicks, but they're fucking 1? What? Also, sometimes it gets fucked up and it permanently scars you. What? What are you fucking talking? What? You're cutting parts of... What? The fuck are you talking about? And this is protected massively. Like the state protects the right to mutilate baby genitals. Why? Why are we doing that? What? I'm gonna get killed by a fucking billionaire. Also, why are we cutting their 6th finger off? Like, is it bad to have a 6th finger? Is it bad for are they gonna like definitely get cancer in it? So it's a huge problem. Why are you cutting their 6th finger off? Just to make them normal? That's the logic? They got to be normal. Well, you can't just have a 6th finger. What if I wanted it? What if, like, I found out I lost? If I found out I had originally had a 6th finger and it had been cut off, and then keyboards became, like, the main way that everyone does everything, I would be so fucking pissed. You mean I had something that made me definitively special? That would have made it so I could, like 5 in the pink and 9 in the stink or some shit? Like, what are you talking about? Why would you... Amy, what? There's one specific ritual of circumcision that involves sucking the blood afterwards, which has sometimes led to diseases being spread to the baby. What the fuck? Y'all know about, like, real, like, Hollywood celebrities that people, like, generally love and don't question their presence in movies and stuff? Like regular celebrities inject, like, a serum derived of, like, Korean baby, what the fuck is the word I want? The circumcised bits. Like, they, like, turn that into, like, a thing you can inject into your face to make you, like, look younger. It's a real thing. It's a real thing. Real people that you've really heard of do. Is inject, like, a serum made anyway. None of this when I'm president. All right. Incidentally, it seems that it can occur with the probability about 1 in every 2,000 babies. So even though it's not usually seen, it isn't that rare at all. Speaking of which, I think Uncle Hideyoshi mentioned something to me long ago. Something about how even Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the man who unified Japan at the end of the Sengoku period, possessed 6 fingers on one hand. I can't. I'm like, can't imagine being, like, anti-abortion and pro-circumcision and pro-polydactyly. The kid's already born. You're already taking everything away from him. Why do you think I'm going insane, Ellen? I feel in my pocket. I feel in the zone. I feel like this is better than usual. Speaking of which, I think Uncle Hideyoshi mentioned something to me long ago. Something about how even Toyotomi Hideyoshi... I already read that. According to Aunt Natsuhi, among the many Ushiromiya family heads, the ones praised most for their wisdom had all possessed polydactyly. Well, isn't that nice? I guess having a 6th finger makes you awesome. Because of that, when grandfather was born, his relatives were all excited at the thought that he might become another wise leader. And when the leading relatives all died in the Great Kanto earthquake, it was apparently argued that if anyone could restore the family from that, it would be grandfather because of the auspicious sign of his birth. If grandfather thought being the head was not a bad gig, this 6th toe must have been pretty lucky for him. Come to think of it, I think I've heard about some country where it's believed that people with polydactyly should be treated as gods and revered. By the way, I think it's amazing. They couldn't even tell the sex of the person, but they could still tell they had 6 toes. I don't know. You do expect Trixie to go crazy during this game if this is too early. You'll know when I've gone crazy because I will only speak like Maria. I'll just be doing everyone's voice in that voice. That's when I've actually gone insane. I think that the other, like, 12 witches or whatever need to show up before I'm really going to lose my mind. I don't know. This is beside the point, but it's fairly common in mystery novels for a corpse to be burned to hide whose body it is. But it looks like in Grandfather's case, just being toasted wasn't enough to hide the proof of his identity. I'll say, by the way, I don't know that much about the other wishes besides Berncastel and Lambda Delta because they show up very briefly in the anime. But seeing that there were so many of them, because I've seen them in fan art, makes me think that there must be like a definitive Homestuck Part 6 segment of this novel where it just becomes about like a totally other cast for a while. That the one you've spent 100 hours with already. I have no idea when that happens. I assume the answer is arcs. I have to pee. I'm gonna get up for a moment. I should do a whole video with that Maria voice. Oh man, I would have to have like the script written around using it though. That's the issue. It's really hard for me to read my scripts in any voice other than my script voice. Right. But it looks like in Grandfather's case, just being toasted wasn't enough to hide the proof of his identity. And Grandfather's body was not simply burnt. Just like Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi and Kanon-kun too, who had been stabbed in his chest, he had one of those demon ice picks stuck in his forehead. Oh shit. The head's ring is not on his finger. So everything is as the letter last night said. Father would probably be horribly disappointed. Aunt Natsu let her head droop and closed her eyes tightly. No, I don't know. He seemed like he thought he might die tonight. This room had also become a vital crime scene for us to hand over to the police. By the way, what is like half the fucking cast dead now? Good lord. I don't remember if literally everyone dies or not. It was decided that we would leave Grandfather's corpse here and lock the room, sealing it. It wasn't clear when Grandfather's corpse started burning in the incinerator. Since according to Genji-san, the flames hadn't been that strong, the body must have started burning a long time ago, and that stench must have slowly crept out of the furnace and filled the room bit by bit, eventually pouring out and climbing up the staircase. Putting aside whether he was rare or well done, Grandfather had been brought out, killed, and burned. Even though he's definitely very well done, it sounds like. Even though he had started out in the locked room created by his auto-lock. There's probably no doubting this. However, according to Genji-san, the boiler room is usually locked. The probability that someone outside our group was lurking around committing the crimes is now overwhelmingly high, and there was also a good chance that this person was walking around with something like a master key. After all, the doors and windows throughout the mansion had been checked. But despite that, the culprit was freely strutting around the mansion, while they also went through the room with the fucking chain, so it's more than a master key, dog. After this latest crime, can we now be sure that a 19th person exists? They haven't shown themselves once. I mean, define exists. Is that what... Can we boil this game down to define exists? They haven't shown themselves once, and yet they're trying to tout their existence. Along with Kyrie-san, yeah, 19 greater than X greater than 18, exactly. Along with Kyrie-san's chessboard theory, I've been using this contradiction to deny the existence of a 19th person. By flipping over the chessboard once more, what are we on? 18 less than X, but greater than, but also less than 19 number of 13. Okay. The very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious that a 19th person exists means that the existence of the 19th person is even less possible. Hold on, Battler. Wait. What? As long as that 19th person doesn't show themselves in front of us. I get what you mean, flipping over the chessboard. Something impossible, though. If the culprit could get grandfather out through the door sealed by the receipt, if they could kill Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi from the other side of a door sealed by a chain, then is it possible for them to even create a fictional 19th person through strange tricks and devices? Why would that be easier to understand than... If we still want to believe that the culprit is among us, then the list of suspects is very short. Yeah, because you're half dead. The four of us kids, Aunt Natsuhi, Genshi-san, Kumasawa Ba-chan, and Dr. Nanjo. One of these people has to be the culprit. Wait, we can't be sure of that. Just a second ago, we started doubting whether the body here... Alright, yeah, he's definitely lost it. He's there's a little more we and us creeping into the way he's talking than there had been. We started doubting whether the body here was actually grandfather's, right? Maybe we should try thinking of the other bodies in the same way. For example, the first 6 all had their faces horribly destroyed. Some of the bodies had kept enough of their faces for us to confirm who they were, but my old bastard, for example, had lost his entire face as though it had been peeled off. We'd only figured out which body was which by their clothes and surroundings. Had the culprit prepared a fake corpse beforehand and disguised it to make it look like they died, then hid somewhere and continued their killing spree? Holy shit. He's really going all out. It sounds ridiculous, but that doesn't mean it's an impossible trick. I feel like this is foreshadowing something that will happen. It's too early to give in to this 19th person. No, this witch. Yeah, he's definitely lost it. Or he's right about everything. Maria-chan, you mustn't stare so fixedly anymore. Come on, Battler-kun too. I am worried about Kanon's condition, and I don't want to stay in a place like this any longer than I have to. Let's go back. Maria hadn't gone out with everyone else, but had remained in the boiler room. The thing she was staring fixedly at was probably not grandfather's body, but the demon's ice pick that was sticking out of his forehead. No doubt an irresistible item for the obsessed. I like how he's just like, yeah, Maria's a fucking freak, man. This little bitch is weird. Like, he's totally not into her anymore. I rapped her on the head. Yeah, he's hitting her again. He's hitting her now just for her intrigue in these things. He's totally become an asshole to Maria. Hey, Maria. What's Beatrice after? Is it all of our lives? The little girl doesn't have all the answers, you fucking numbskull. Stop hitting her in the head.
Beatrice will revive very soon. At that time, none shall be left alive.
How can you laugh at something like that? Do you think you're the only one who's safe? Why don't you feel like you're in danger? I want to die, dog. All I do is get hit in the head. All she does is say ooh, and everybody's kicking her ass all day long. Why aren't you scared?
Beatrice promised me. She said that she's going to take me to the Golden Land. It's a wonderful place where you have no obligations. Everyone's always together, and everyone is always nice to everyone else. You can say ooh and watch TV all day long. You can even eat chocolate. Nobody gives a fuck. I can even say shit and fuck. Fuck, fuck, fucky, fuck. I'm looking forward to it, you know. That time will come very soon now.
Just what kind of person is Maria? I only know what Maria was like 6 years ago when she was 3. She had been pure and obedient, a good kid. Fuck you, Battler. That's a bad kid in my mind. This new Maria 6 years later and the Maria I knew didn't seem to fit together. Just who is she, this witch who calls herself Maria? To her, with her obstinate belief in witches, this series of unsolvable crimes is proof that witches actually exist. Every time something occurs that would be difficult for a human, it becomes a little harder for the rest of us to not believe in that witch called Beatrice. It must be an intense pleasure for Maria to see her relatives who once firmly denied the witch's existence start acknowledging her existence one by one. Is that why she's in high spirits? Yeah, probably. Maria, let me ask this one more time. You'll probably answer the same anyway, but I'll ask just once more. Yesterday you were given a letter in the rose garden. Who gave it to you?
Like I said, Beatrice. You still don't believe?
Maria only repeated what she had said. Maria had met with the 19th person, the witch. Had that really been a 19th person, or had that been one of the 18 who told her to say otherwise? All that's certain is that Maria has been with the rest of us constantly, has always had an alibi, and hasn't done anything that would put her under suspicion. Couldn't it have been Nazi and she was lying? Like, Nazi would be the biggest suspect again, because everyone who suspected her is dead. Everyone who could stop her is dead. Nazi is the only subject or suspect other than the Golden Witch. All that's certain is that Maria has been with the rest of us constantly, has always had an alibi, and hasn't done anything that would put her under suspicion. She's simply overjoyed at being made Beatrice's messenger, and certainly is not our 19th person. I think. I mean, I think it's probably Beatrice killed Kanon-kun. And maybe the couple. But everyone else maybe was killed by Nazi. I think there's 2 killers. I think it's a Scream situation. That's right. I wonder what's written in the letter we picked up in Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. Aunt Nazi should still have it with her. Broken glass. In the end, Kanon-kun did not regain consciousness. Even though Dr. Nancho and the rest did all they could to heal him, there was very little that could be done on an island like this without medicine or proper facilities. However, Kanon-kun was the only human ever to confront the culprit. Is the broken glass what notifies that the character menu is updated? Oh, that could... Well, maybe. I've never really paid attention to that as a possibility, but... Let's see. Oh yeah, Kinzo's all gone now. Except for, I guess, the one foot that wasn't completely burned and a little patch of his shoulder, maybe one of his hands. Burned in the incinerator with a weapon resembling an ice pick having been rammed into his forehead. The old mage's wish scattered ungranted. This is but one possible result of the gamble he always knew was not in his favor. Actually, okay, so the witch maybe stabbed him in the head, and then Nazi threw him in the fire. Because she did not seem surprised. She didn't seem very surprised. She didn't have like a very strong reaction to finding his corpse. So I'm thinking Nazi probably already knew. We start where it all begins. The windows and door to the room were locked from the inside, and even the chain was set. No way a human could have killed her. So, like, Maria believes that a witch definitely killed Ava. She does not say that about Kraus. She does not say that about Kinzo. The old mage's wish scattered, ungranted. This is but one possible result of the gamble he always knew was not in his favor. So he knew he might lose and get killed, but I don't think that's why he was burned. Hideyoshi, you can't see either of them by looking through the gap of the door while the chain is set. Can't see and can't reach. Go on. Could a human have killed them then? Probably not. Okay. He has the right to lament his ill fortune. She was chosen by the demon's roulette. That's all there is to it. That makes me think that her circumstances are different from their two's. I'll be seeing her again, so I'm not lonely. Her face was smashed after her death. His face was smashed after his death. So the face is being smashed after the death. I've been kind of ignoring that detail, but that's probably also important. Face, 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 side of her head. Everyone will be revived in the Golden Land. How presumptuous for furniture. He was supposed to be on duty in the guest house. Okay, so everyone but Shannon had their face smashed, but in her case, it was the side of her head. That seems significant. Ellen's having new realizations, even now, already having played this game before, just going through this. Okay, so side of the head, ice pick to the chest, presumptuous for furniture, face, 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 specifically Demon's Roulette, forehead, forehead, side of the head. Okay, so Kraus was also a side of the head. So Kraus and Shannon are only a half each. That's what I'm thinking. Like, but why half of the side of the head as opposed, and the face is a whole different thing to me, you know? All right. I'll give up for now. However, Kanon-kun was the only human ever to confront the culprit. If only he could give us some kind of clue. But by the time he was carried here, it was already too late. My sincere apologies. Without proper facilities, there was nothing I could do about such a serious wound. No, that's perfectly understandable. Thank you so much for giving it your very best. Tatananja's shirt had been sprayed by a violent spurt of blood, so it was easy to imagine the devotion with which he had tried to save Kanon-kun's life up until the very last second. What the fuck was he gonna do? Jessica was crouched in the corridor, crying in anguish. She had probably been taking care of Kanon-kun until the moment of his death. George Aniki tried to approach. I would have lost my fucking mind by this point. I mean, I know they kind of are, but like, 9 people are dead. I'd be like, we are definitely gonna die. Like there's no way we're living through this. George Eineke tried to approach her with words of comfort, but when Jessica pushed him away, he stopped trying to interfere and left her alone. If only I hadn't let Kanon-kun go alone. Oh. Or I'd be like trying to swim off the fucking island. I don't know. Don't let that bother you. Even if you had been with him, you may have been attacked as well. He foolishly jumped forward and paid for his mistake. At the very least, like outside the mansion. I would find, I don't know, somewhere it's easier to watch your back. I would have everybody get into like a circle and we are all going to sit back to back and like just stare forward until sunrise. I don't know. How can you say it like that? Kanon-kun spotted the killer and bravely stood up to them. If only Kumasawa-san had gone with him, the killer might have hesitated and chosen to run away. Emotion-filled words that I never thought I'd hear from the normally tactful Jessica tumbled out of her mouth. Kumasawa, looking truly sorry, could do nothing but hang her head. Jessica. Now isn't the time for words. Even I feel as if, and probably you're the same, as if I don't have the first clue what's going on anymore, as if my heart is going to split open. There were tears in George Aneke's eyes again. Seeing Jessica break down crying probably brought back the pain of losing his parents. I had already cried myself dry. What a badass. So I didn't want to cry anymore. However, I felt myself the pain in their hearts.
It's alright, Jessica-chan. You'll be able to meet Kanon again soon. Stop it.
You aren't helping.
Beatrice will revive the dead and even the love they possess. So you'll definitely be able to meet him soon. Then everyone will be able to live in peace. This Beatrice who you say gave the letter yesterday, is she the one who killed Kanon-kun? Where is she? Where is she hiding? I'll find her and tear her limb from limb. Say it, you know, don't you? You know who the killer really is. What do you know and what are you hiding? I like how if you just seem like less frazzled than other people, they're like, you must be behind all of this. You must know something. You must know something I don't. Tell me, damn it. Milady, please stop. Beatrice exists!
Define exists. Damn it, let go of me, Genji-san. Maria knows who the killer is, and she's been hiding it on purpose. She must be telling them what we're doing, guiding them as they kill us. Jessica, be silent. Jessica rushed at Maria and grabbed a hold of her. Genji tried to stop her, but Jessica could not be calmed. The next thing I heard was the sound of Aunt Nazi slapping Jessica's face. Good, finally someone stops the abuse. Well, I guess she didn't stop the abuse, but she stopped the abuse towards the little child. After that, only Jessica's sorrowful, sobbing voice resounded throughout the hall. Maria-chan, I know that there's no way you're one of the culprits. You have been with us since the beginning, and there was no time for you to communicate with any killer. So I want you to tell me something. This Beatrice who handed you the letter yesterday, who was she? Although these words seemed kind, they clearly showed that George still had some doubts about Maria. He hadn't tackled Maria, however, he felt exactly the same way Jessica did. Eineke, I asked her the same thing only just now. The answer won't be any different. I want to hear it from Maria-chan's mouth. Who is Beatrice?
Even if I tell you, you won't believe me anyway.
What do you mean by that? Well, you fucking don't, so... Is it possible that the killer is someone we know well, and that for some reason you're covering for them by remaining silent? Who gave you that letter?
I got it from Beatrice. I'll say it no matter how many times you ask. I got the letter from Beatrice. George Oni-chan, do you refuse to believe in Beatrice because she's not an opponent you can hit? You entertain your feelings of helplessness into violence and beat someone up. So you won't be satisfied unless your opponent is a human you can hit. So even if I tell you the truth, you won't be able to accept it. So it's pointless for me to tell you. You won't believe. But I will keep on saying it. I'll say it because it's true. Beatrice exists. The door to the Golden Land will soon be open, and that's where I'm going. Beatrice promised. In that world, Mama is nice, Papa is with us and is also nice. I want to go there right away.
This is the first time the subject of her father has been brought up at all, right?
Everyone is afraid of Beatrice, and that is only natural. But calm yourselves. Beatrice told me herself. By the time the typhoon has passed, she will have ended everything. Ouch!
Maria, I actually don't dislike you being talkative, but let's leave it at that for now. I'm done with you talking. Jesus fucking Christ. How many times has Maria been hit in this game so far? Like, we gotta be in the double digits. At least. Maria, I actually don't dislike you being Oh, that's that. I'll bet this is all a pretty happy situation for you since you're always going on about how witches exist, but keep that to yourself for the time being. Yeah, read the room. Get with the program. Kuki o Yome, bitch. Leave everyone else out of it. You little fucking dumbass, autistic child. Goddamn. I'm trying to be as mean as I think everyone else is, and I can't even verbally. This brat. I've long thought she was creepy. Of course you had, you fucking cunt. But she's actually screwed up. Somehow she's screwed up. Don't you think so, Battler? Genji-san? Kumasawa-san? What about you, Mom? Yeah, everyone. Society. Aren't you on my side? That little freak? We should kill her. Let's fucking hang her outside the mansion. What are you gonna do, Jessica? Shut the fuck up. Maria knows who the killer is and she's hiding it. Sure, maybe she hasn't directly done anything, but she's definitely the killer's accomplice. That's right, she's a spy. We can't let her stay with us any longer. It's the Red Scare. Maria-chan, you must learn that there are some times where indiscreet discussion must be avoided. Yeah, don't be a nudicer. Stop being the nudicer, Maria-chan. If you continue to add any more oil to the fire, even I will get very angry. Aunt Nazi glared at Maria with frightening eyes. Yeah, keep it funny. Maria was used to quit complaining or complain funnier. Maria was used to Auntie Rosa's loud style of scolding, but she apparently hadn't developed a resistance to this kind of silent telling off. She shrugged and kept her mouth shut. A desolate feeling filled the room. I feel like this game is like Django Unchained for autistic trans people. Hopefully that'll make sense. A desolate feeling filled the room. It felt as though things would just get more complicated if anyone spoke. How many people had already died? 6 in Dad's group. Also, both Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi, Kanon-kun, grandfather. There were a whole 18 people on this island. 10 of those had been killed. More than half of us had been killed. And at this stage, there was absolutely no guarantee that the remaining 8 were going to be alright. I would put my bets against it. Anyway, now isn't the time for discord. Now that we are certain that the killer can enter and leave the mansion at will and strike out of nowhere, we must give our undivided attention to surviving until tomorrow. I agree strongly with Aunt Nazi. We can take our time racking our brains over the culprit later tonight. For now, we should consider where to barricade ourselves in. As I said this, I pointed out the clock to everyone. It was already 8 at night. We had been receiving shocks over and over again since the early morning, and both our bodies and our minds were completely tired out. There was still a long, long time until tomorrow. We needed to find some place to barricade ourselves in, somewhere we could rest our bodies and feel even the slightest bit safe. I agree. By the way, the vibe I've always gotten off of Ryukishio 7. I saw like a video once about him when he was first blowing up, where he was like on TV or something for the success of Higurashi. And like his parents were heavily involved in like helping him to publish the games and stuff, and like very excited about the fact that he was like becoming this big success. But they seemed just like really overbearing people, and he seems really autistic, not just through the writing, but like obviously. And I can't help but get the sense that probably in his games he is exploring the feeling of like being very close with and like seeing all the goodness in the very same people who caused all of your problems. Like the very thing that you are trauma decompressing is the people you are still trying to have a close relationship with. That's what this game gives to I watching everyone hit Maria so many times. I just can't help but be like, this is what Ryukishi's childhood was like, right? Like his parents had to just be hitting him in the head every time he said something like off. And that's that has to be it to me. Like it's just so there's so much hitting that little girl in the head for saying ooh and being weird. Like literally just for being weird. That's it. She's just getting her ass kicked for being weird. And like everyone just kind of like all the characters in the game just feel okay with it. And I'm sure a lot of audiences just feel okay, because I remember when the anime came out, everyone hated Maria. Like people bitched about the character so much. They were like, "Oh, she's so annoying. She's so aggravating. I wish she would shut up," And like, I don't know. To me, like that, it's like the heart and soul of the game. Like it makes me hate all the characters. Watching the way they treat Maria, it's like, wow, none of you are likable. Like actually, all of you are really, really awful at this point. Like if I was Maria, if I didn't have that faith in the witch that she was gonna kill all these people, what would there be to be happy about? Like that's why she's so happy, is like, yeah, you're all gonna die. Fuck all y'all. Like I totally get where she's at. Everyone is already pushing their mental and physical limits, myself included. I believe it would be wise to consider our plans immediately. Settled then. There's a high probability that the enemy has the equivalent of a master key. Were Shannon, Kanon-kun, and Goda-san holding master keys? Yes. As long as they were on duty, they would have had them. We didn't want to disturb the scene, so we didn't investigate this, but we can't eliminate the possibility that a key had been stolen from one of them. Even before that, we know there's a chance that the culprit visited the servant room at some point in time so that they could unlock the shutter to the rose garden. Shit. She's way calmer after Kinzo is dead than she had been beforehand. Like, I don't know. She's being really sus. Like she was way more fucking tripping on everything that was happening before Kinzo was dead. I think it is very likely that they had already obtained a master key while there. I think because everybody who doubted her is out of the picture now. There were many servants serving the Ushiromiya family. Because of that, there were several master keys. Furthermore, every time the shifts changed, the keys were passed between servants. And she's got the gun. She had to admit that the arrangement had been somewhat sloppy. Assuming they did borrow a bundle of keys from the pocket of one of the murdered servants, is there any safe place that even those keys couldn't open? Because of the nature of our jobs, we have been entrusted with keys to all of the rooms, all of them in the mansion and in the guest house. So in other words, no matter where we hole up and lock ourselves in, it'd just be pointless. Fine by me, who needs goddamn locks? If you're gonna come on, damn it. I'll kill you first. The enemy won't approach us from the front. I don't know about the first 6, but if we look at what happened to my parents in Kanon-kun, and even grandfather, the enemy has only gone after isolated people. They don't have the power to assault all of us openly in a secure room. That's right. It's just like Aniki says, or they're just, like, picking you off in some specific ritualistic order that you can't comprehend. Maybe Auntie's rifle can serve to stave off the enemy. I hope that is so, but... Maria, I know you want to say something, but keep it to yourself and stay quiet for a while.
I was just gonna tell you you're all gonna die. Ugh.
Maria probably wanted to say that witches weren't afraid of things like guns or something like that. But if she were to say it out loud, the atmosphere around here would start to get pretty edgy. I had noticed and decided to put a stop to it. If I may, there is one place that cannot be entered even with the servant's keys. Where is that? Very well. It is the master's study.
I'm against this. I don't even want to think about going in grandfather's creepy room.
How many keys can gain access to that room? There are 2. I always have one of them. The other was held by the master himself, but just now from the body in the boiler room. Genji-san took a handkerchief out of his pocket and opened it, showing us the burnt and filthy key to the study. Then he showed it alongside his own key, which he had once lent to Aunt Natsuhi. Normally I should have left the master's key for the police, but he had ordered me to always protect the safety of the study, so I borrowed it for the time being. I see. Which means that Kinzo's study is the only safe location right now. It would appear that way. I don't even want to think about being shut up all night in that room with peculiar smells, but it appears we must accept that this room is safer than anywhere else right now. Grandfather locked himself up in that safe room, but the culprit still brought him out and killed him. We can't say for certain that it's truly safe. If we go with your theory that grandfather skillfully outlasted the receipt and then left the room of his own free will, it still might have some worth as a place to barricade ourselves in. You're too optimistic, Aniki. However, at the same time, I thought he brought up a pretty interesting point. After all, this gives us a chance to question the enemy, the witch herself, about how the sealed door had been opened. If we assume that the culprit used some technique to abduct grandfather from his study, they would have to show us the same trick again if they wanted to assault us in the study. It's an opportunity to force the culprit to demonstrate that trick right before our eyes. If they're a real witch, we would be forcing them to say "Open Sesame" and open the door by magic right in front of us. I think if he really flipped over the chessboard, he would have realized by now, this person can do whatever the fuck they want. They can just kill, or whatever rules they're operating under are so far vastly beyond your comprehension that to even consider them is asinine. Like, I understand, again, it's desperation. He's trying to maintain a realist grounding, but like you can't. You cannot defend yourself against this. She got into the room with the chain. You said it was a true closed room. I feel like he keeps forgetting that detail because he can't acknowledge it, can't wrap his head around it. If they're a real witch, we would be forcing them to say "Open Sesame" and open the door by magic right in front of us. But such a thing is probably impossible. I would give it a shot, though. If you flip over the chessboard, again, you realize that the culprit is obviously just trying to act like they're a witch. If they really were a witch, all they'd have to do is appear in front of us and show off a spell colorful enough to silence all of our doubts. Well, they're not... It's not about... Since they've avoided doing that, everything must be the work of a fake witch who wants us to think otherwise. Therefore, a culprit who used a technique other than magic to defeat the locked room couldn't open the door before our eyes. Okay. Was grandfather's room big enough to stuff 8 people in? Yes. There's a bed, a sofa, and blankets. While it is not luxurious, it will be more than enough to spend the night. There is also a sink, a bathroom, a refrigerator, and a liquor cabinet. Whoa, that's incredible. But isn't that weird? You're saying he built another house inside his house? You don't know billionaires that well, do you, Battler? I tell you about a man named Michael Jackson. That's pretty cramped for the last house of someone like our grandfather who bought a whole island and realized all of his dreams. Yes, it is. After some point in time, Father wouldn't trust any other place, even inside the mansion. We always sneered about how he shut himself up in there, and this time we're the ones who were going to shut ourselves up. Huh. Jessica spat the words out. Jessica-chan, it feels like you would rather go search for the culprit than stay shut up somewhere. Of course, I don't think we'll be able to find them if we just start searching now. In the end, we can't do anything but wait. Then it doesn't matter where we wait, does it? I won't run away or hide. Why don't we just take it easy in the parlor, watching TV or something, and waiting for the great Beatrice-sama to appear? Are you really going to be able to take it easy and watch TV? What the fuck are you talking about? It will be perfectly satisfactory for her not to appear. There is no need for us to expose the culprit. Well said. We shouldn't take too many risks before the police get here. Thank you, Dr. Nanjo. I think we should move to Father's study. Certainly, considering the possibility that Father was taken out of there, there's no guarantee of absolute safety. However, just as Battler-kun reasoned, I also can't deny the possibility that Father left the study of his own accord and was attacked outside. That crazy theory had just been what I came up with to stop the argument. However, just as Auntie Ava had said, even though that trick would work, I can't begin to explain what motive could have made Grandfather do something so awkward to sneak out of his own study. Plus, that trick of hiding under the bed and waiting for the receipt to be removed before escaping couldn't have been used unless Grandfather had known that the receipt was wedged in the door. Auntie Ava hadn't pointed out that last part, but it's clear how absurd the theory was. Then does that mean that, as Auntie Ava claimed, the door was sealed and it was a locked room? No, it means that he had been told, because Nazi set him up. It is a doubtless fact that Aunt Nazi was the culprit, and that the room was a locked room. Is it a doubtless fact? If Auntie were here now, she would probably make that claim openly and do me the favor of blowing my strange theory away. But anyway, I had to admit that a room with both a bed and a toilet that all 8 people could be shut up in, and with only 2 keys, both of which were gathered here, had to be the safest place in the mansion right now. At the very least, I figured this would be better than shutting ourselves up in the parlor again and saying nothing went wrong while we were in there before. No, wait. Were we safe only because we were shut up in the parlor? What if leaving that room and moving to an unexplored location is actually more dangerous? That's the kind of theory I would be on. This is where I would be at the moment. If I was trying to stay alive, I'd be like, well, nothing has ever attacked us in the parlor. No good, no good, no goddamn good at all. My flimsy head is about to break out in a fever. As I keep flipping over the chessboard, the real and the inverse keep switching with each other over and over, and I lose my ability to believe anything. Yeah, see, that's why your logic, your whole flipping the chessboard thing is kind of dumb. When it seems like the culprit is one of the 18, I want to believe in Beatrice. And once I start believing in Beatrice, I start wanting to find the culprit amid the 18. That keeps spinning around forever, and in the end, my thoughts haven't taken one step from where they started. How far back in the past was it that Kirie-san taught me this chessboard way of thinking? Yeah, when did you really fuck me up, stepmom? That concept of examining the situation by flipping it over and thinking from the enemy's side. I get the feeling that I was so interested in this way of thinking at the time that I let it guide the way I thought about everything. Yep. Recently enlightened people. By the way, Kirie-san was Dad's coworker back then. Oh shit, she's the fucking slutty what's the word? Secretary that he ended up fucking. I hadn't dreamed that the day would come when she would be added to our family. Didn't Kirie-san tell me something? I get the feeling she wants... Shit, I thought I heard my phone going off for a second, but it's just the fucking music. I get the feeling she once said that while this chessboard thinking was one way to look at things, it wasn't all powerful by any means. Yeah, that sounds sensible. and in fact was actually bad to rely on too much. Hey, you're starting to get it. Chessboard think everything has nuance, you see. You can't ever boil it down to just one little pithy aphorism. Chessboard thinking is my interpretation of something called game theory, which I read about in a book. It's a very interesting subject, so you should try tackling it when you get into college, Battle-kun. I really want to try it. If I could study that and perfect my chessboard thinking, it'd be like I could read into any opponent's moves. That'd be really fun. But you can't believe in it blindly. Game theory is a very deep and complicated subject. Chessboard thinking is just my interpretation that skims the surface of game theory. But that's just a theory. In order to go thoroughly read your opponent's moves like you are imagining, you need to do a lot more study. Additionally, while chessboard theory is convenient and practical, it isn't perfect. It has many weak points despite its convenience. Weak points? Yes. Chessboard thinking is founded upon game theory, and game theory is essentially math when you boil it down. Do you know what the weak point of math is? It's noise. Noise. Interesting word. The English phrase noise. In math, when you write 1 plus 1 equals 2, that equation will always be 1 plus 1 equals 2, no matter how many billions of years pass, nothing more, nothing less. That's because there's absolutely no noise mixed in. But for example, unlike math, the Japanese language has noise mixed in. Kanji are a good example. Old kanji and new kanji are slightly different, which represents an introduction of noise created by change over the ages. Isn't history the same? There are dozens of policies that seem foolish in the modern era, but were meaningful at some point in the past. Because the rules of chess are fixed, when a pair of experts are discussing one particular position, it's possible that they could reach the same conclusion whether they're from 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future. However, if the rules of chess had gone through massive changes over time, it's possible that the discussion about that same position would have changed as well. Precisely. Events in the world of humans are naturally full of noise. Aren't human emotions that way? Even if the exact same thing occurs more than once, there's no guarantee that humans will always act in a predictable fashion. The very fact that we're trying to read an opponent's actions by applying a mathematical theory to them means we must realize that there are already some limits and weak points to our theory. So this is starting to become very otaku hero on me, and very No Game No Life. Like, the whole plot of No Game No Life was that if you understand the mechanics of a game, you can definitely beat any game. If you know, like, or rather I should say Sora and Shiro can definitely beat any game, but because the real world doesn't operate on a recognizable set of logic, you cannot actually determine the theory behind the game, and therefore it is unwinnable. But when they get sent to a world that operates entirely on game theory logic, they are immediately like, well, as soon as we understand all the rules of the game, we're going to win. And that's essentially what they're talking about here. To put it quickly and easily, a chessboard thinking is extremely weak against noise and fickleness and even mistakes or incorrect knowledge. That's right. Kirie-san definitely said that. In the first place, chess is a game where both sides play by the same rules and fight with the same objective, namely victory. This is why it is possible for both sides to predict the other's moves. It's possible to read an opponent because you can always suppose that they will advance with the best moves they can find. But what if the opponent is fickle or a little tired and makes a move that can hardly be called the best? Or maybe, what if the game actually has special rules? Only the enemy knows them, and they can make use of something unknown to you. That seems likely. In fact, what if the opponent actually has some goal other than victory? Think from your enemy's perspective. That is the basis of chessboard thinking, which means that if you misunderstand your enemy, any and all answers that you draw from that process will be complete rubbish and of no use at all. Indeed! Many times I'd thought that by using chessboard thinking I had gotten a glimpse into the person behind these crimes. However, I don't know anything about the culprit. Am I just playing in a labyrinth of thought? Yes. I mean, that is this game, playing in a labyrinth of thought. If Kirie-san were here at a time like this, she'd probably be able to notice something with her much, much sharper thinking ability. That's how I feel about my mom. She's much better at solving puzzles than I am. Jessica never warmed to the idea of moving into grandfather's study, but in the end, Aunt Nazi persisted and we decided to move there. Everyone was already trapped by paranoia. Kumasawa-san had prepared dinner once already, but after the incident involving George Anaki's parents, the kitchen and the parlor had become temporarily devoid of people. Someone said that it might have been poisoned at that time. Because of that, we were unable to even touch the food that Kumasawa-san had taken the trouble to make for us. The manner in which the first 6 had been killed was still unknown, but there was a possibility that it was poison. And indeed, by this method, even a single person would be able to carry out the murder of 6 fully grown adults. Furthermore, this idea made it seem like there was only a single culprit who was also afraid of Aunt Nazi's rifle, and this was very good for our emotional stability. So just conveniently, no one had mentioned poison yet. Also, we're not going to mention who mentioned poison. Just someone? But the fatigue and hunger were even harsher than we had imagined. So, on Kumasawa-san's suggestion, we all went along together to the kitchen and gathered some canned food which would be hard to poison to take in with us. All of Kumasawa-san's efforts to reward us with at least a nice dinner on this savage day regrettably came to nothing. The food piled up on the serving cart looked just a little sad. We all started climbing the stairs. Aunt Nazi led the group, warily staring into the darkness with both eyes in the barrel of the gun. When we arrived on the 3rd floor, just as Aunt Nazi had warned us beforehand, there was a mixture of a chemical smell and a sickly sweet aroma, a stench hanging in the air that felt like it was eating into our heads. Yeah, this kind of stench probably would give you a headache if you were shut in with it for a whole night. I know it's a little late, but I find myself siding with Jessica against going into grandfather's study. This exceptionally magnificent door felt like the source of the stench. I don't know if I would call that an exceptionally magnificent door. So this was the door to the forbidden study, which had turned away all who visited it. While Genji-san was unlocking the door, Maria was staring at the door and the doorknob with great interest.
What a door!
It looks old and strict, like it'd stop any jokes cold. Sure is a fitting door for grandfather's study.
It contains a really strong power to ward off any spiritual menace. Beatrice probably couldn't open this door.
Oh shit. So that's why she had to lure him out. It's on some vampire shit. Oh? What does that mean? Maria pointed at the doorknob. A scorpion crest. No, a design like a magic circle arranged around a scorpion was inscribed there. This design, that's right. Isn't this just like those key holder charms that Maria gave Jessica and me yesterday?
The 5th magic circle of Mars is a strong magic repellent. Additionally, this magic circle is very diligently constructed and is full of power.
She's so adorable. I want to give her a pat on the head and say, good job knowing all that shit.
To being of magic like Beatrice, this magic circle is quite troublesome.
Isn't that comforting? Are you saying that we can even escape the grip of Beatrice's evil hand in this room? Our little witch here sure is reliable. Then how did Beatrice take grandfather out?
Just as Battler reasoned. Beatrice can't go inside, but she has magic, and she also has familiars. Using those, she might have been able to force grandfather to leave the study.
Ooh, I hope we get to meet Beatrice's familiars. What if that's what all the fucking maids are? Maybe they're her familiars. That's why they're furniture. They're like literally furniture she brought to life. Ah, I read that in a manga. There was a scene where the vampires were frightened of crosses, so they couldn't get it close. But their familiars were fine, so they made their familiars attack.
That scorpion keyholder-like charm I gave to you yesterday also had the 5th magic circle of Mars on it. The power dwelling within it was paltry, but it would have been enough to protect you until you left the island. Although it sounds like you lost it, right?
Scorpion key holder charm. Ah, the charm I gave you yesterday was something I got from Maria. I heard that it would repel magic if you put it on your doorknob, and at the time I thought maybe it would be better if you had it. Is that so? I thought it was an odd thing for you to be carrying around. Aunt Natsuki put that on her doorknob? Yes. Last night, after hearing about it from Jessica, I hung it from the doorknob on the inside of my door. And nobody got into your room. They just left blood all over your door. You would have died.
Then, Aunt Natsuki, you're really fortunate. If you did that, Beatrice probably couldn't even lay one finger on you yesterday. I think Beatrice must have been really annoyed.
So if she was supposed to die, maybe that's why Kyrie-san was chosen by the roulette, because the 6-1 was random. Or it could be why the other guy died, who was not supposed to be there. But maybe that was just because he switched spots with whoever was supposed to be there, which I think would have been maybe Kanon. Anyway, Beatrice, annoyed? Couldn't lay one finger. Nazi thought back on that eerie graffiti she had seen that morning, like someone had been tearing at the outside of her door with blood-soaked hands, and gasped in surprise. Could it be that this witch who called herself Beatrice had tried to enter through the door on her very own room? But the magic-repelling charm had been hanging from the inside, so she couldn't break through the door. So she was annoyed. So she scratched at it? Quit it, don't talk about that. Witches don't exist. The killer does. And that's a human just like us. And if you, it could be a bear. And if you need proof, why don't we dice her up and see if her blood's red? Damn it. Damn it. How could you do that to Kanon-kun? She definitely wanted to ride Kanon-kun. Click. Genji unlocked the door. The 8 entered Kinzo's study. Grandfather's study. I'd heard rumors about beforehand, so it didn't surprise me all that much. He had done nothing more than fortify it thoroughly with his occult hobbies. If Grandfather's hobby had been chasing after pop idols, these walls might have been buried beneath idol posters. So basically he's an otaku, is what you're trying to say. Even if I didn't understand, he is definitely a Golden Witch otaku. Even if I didn't understand it, I did realize that this room was an amalgamation of all the things he enjoyed. Hey, you got the Golden Witch, black magic. Even so, I couldn't help but remain dumbfounded by the smell of his creepy medicine and the sweet stench that seemed to melt my head. Would you rather be in a forest with Beatrice or with a bear? That's good, Ellen. I'm gonna eat a cookie. Listen to this music. This is part of my giant birthday cow cookie, by the way. I like this song a lot. How are y'all doing tonight? Everybody feeling swell? Feeling tight? Feeling like $100,000? Slight headache. You gotta take some of that Tylenol or Advil. Wish I was on shrooms. Me too, brother. Where can I get me some? Actually, they do sell shrooms in some places around here, but it's expensive, and I don't know if it's worth what it costs for the dosage, because I haven't tried. The Dot Hack OST is playing in your head over the Umineko track playing right now. It's wild. I feel that. I was thinking this feels very Dot Hack, very Yuki Kajiura. And I didn't want to say anything, but since you said it, now I have confirmed. I'm not crazy. Kara no Kyokai also comes to mind. If you haven't heard the Kara no Kyokai soundtrack, check that out too. It's also Yuki Kajiura. It's one of my favorites. Particularly the first movie's soundtrack is like my favorite, like one of my favorite going to bed albums, and just general relaxation. Even though parts of it are quite dark and not really that relaxing, but it starts off incredibly relaxing. You don't know how people could read the manga. It feels like an entirely different thing without the music, but it also, the manga, the imagery of it is a lot more like emotionally intense. Like it's, you don't have that disconnect of like what's happening visually versus what's being described in the text being different. It's all one. You know, you're just looking at it, you know? So I think it has its own way of being engrossing. You can also always just listen to the game soundtrack while you read the manga. I know it wouldn't be the same. But I also appreciate that, yes, the music is very important to the way the game is, like the way the game's presented. Like it comes in at exactly the right moments. It's very timed. Higurashi was specifically described as a sound novel. It was not even described as a visual novel. It says on it, sound novel. So I think he cared more about the sound even than the writing of that game. Certainly more than the visuals. Probably he was also trying to like sell the fact that like, hey, I know I can't draw for shit, but listen to the fucking tunes. And of course the extensive sound effects are also important. Like I don't think a lot of visual novels have as many sound effects as Ryuki Show 7s do. Correct me if I'm wrong about that. Maybe he popularized making them more common too. Okay. I think I'm almost ready to continue reading. When the door closed, it automatically made a clunk. I see. This is the auto lock that's activated whenever the door is closed. Yes, the infamous auto lock. And there were only 2 keys which could open this door from the outside, both of which were in this room. In other words, this room had become a locked room. The shutter, the receipt, the chain. I mean, I see a couple of windows. You gotta board that shit up or else the zombies will break right through that glass. And now the auto lock. In fact, just take one of those bookcases, push that in front of the windows, then get the shotgun and camp in front of the other ones. You know, Resident Evil 4 brain is where I'm at with this. This 4th door had been locked in the most magnificent fashion yet, constructing a locked room in a perfect form that none could argue with. Just to make absolutely sure that the room was secure, we checked all over for ways in or out. The windows were tightly locked. That should have been enough, but just in case, we tried knocking all over the walls. After all, there had been whispers that there might be a hidden door in this room, but we couldn't find anything suspicious. There's definitely gotta be a fucking hidden door in this room sometime in this game. Grandfather's study was very large. Even though we called it a study, it wasn't really a single room. It could be divided up into 4 basic sections: a study section, a bedroom section, a toilet/bathroom section, and a section for cooking that had a sink. I see, this study does have enough in it to live in. Now I could understand how Grandfather could live his whole life in this room without ever leaving. It seemed that Grandfather wasn't in the habit of watching TV. There was no television in this room, nor even a radio. Until tomorrow morning, there would be nothing for us to do but pass the time listening to the sound of the rain. Dr. Nanjo gazed at the chessboard that sat on the table in front of the sofa and muttered. It was apparently the partly finished chess match he'd been playing with Grandfather until yesterday. The black had the white pretty well cornered, and it looked like checkmate would be reached within a few moves, the end of the endgame. Even though checkmate had almost been reached, the endgame had been rushed and in the end was never completed. Kinzo-san, it seems we weren't able to see this match through after all. Dr. Nanjo, I was Kinzo-san's friend for a long time, but I never knew about more than half of him. I believe that 2 Kinzos existed, a wise one and one trapped by some madness. There are 2 wolves inside of Kinzo. I never understood anything about him. Especially when it came to Beatrice-sama, it would seem like his personality changed. In the direction of Kumasawa-san's upturned gaze, a portrait of Beatrice could be seen. It wasn't massive like the one hanging in the entrance hall, but small, made for this room. Grandfather probably spent every day in this room and so much of his time talking to the witch in that portrait. Who was Beatrice to Grandfather in the first place? By now, you couldn't just explain her away. What if Beatrice is Kinzo somehow? Like in another, like a time split happened where Kinzo transitioned in one universe and didn't in the other, and so Beatrice is just Femme Kinzo, and that's why he's so tormented by it. That's just one theory I've got. By now, you couldn't just explain her away by saying she was a story made by the parents to frighten children away from wandering into the forest. While eating the canned food we had brought from the kitchen, we talked together about who Beatrice was. Whether the culprit was Beatrice herself or someone pretending to be her. Whether they were a witch or a human. The lady in this portrait was strongly related to the basis and background of these crimes. You couldn't talk about them without talking about her. Oh yeah. Mom, you picked up a letter from the culprit in Auntie Ava's room, right? Yes. We still haven't opened it, have we? Let's open it and see. Aunt Nazi. Oh yeah, they still haven't fucking read that. I really can't believe they've put that off so much. Aunt Nazi took out that Western-style envelope. Genji-san pulled a letter opener out of her drawer in the study desk and handed it to her. I guess crazy shit was just constantly happening. While watching her open it, George Aniki grimaced slightly. After all, it was a letter left at the site where his parents had been murdered. There was a good chance that its contents would say something unbearable to Aniki. It seemed that Aunt Nazi also realized that, so she glanced over the contents first without reading it aloud. We were a little frightened that she might grimace after reading something shocking, but she just frowned unhappily. What does it say? There is one unpleasant sentence. It must be trying to provoke us. Aunt Nazi, after deciding that the contents could be shown to the children, set it openly on the table. Everyone stared at it at the same time. I'm coming for y'all bitches. Praise my name. The hell? So freaking smug. It's probably Beatrice declaring herself the victor. Damn it. I expect you were hoping for another weird magic circle to show up.
It wasn't a magic circle, but it was just as I expected.
What could it mean? I wonder if she wants to tout her own existence.
That seems reasonable.
With this letter, we now know that the author of last night's letter is the culprit. I think the identical envelope is more significant than what is written here. Without a doubt, this is the type of envelope and sealing wax that the master used. Oh, I don't know what's going on anymore. This is the first time I've seen anything like this since I started working for the Ushiromiya family. If we're to believe the letter last night, then Beatrice claims to be grandfather's oldest confidant. Grandfather often said the same thing in the past, right? I directed the question to Genji-san and Kumasawa-san, who nodded together. So the two of you knew more about this than anyone except for grandfather. Could you tell us? For a long time, I made a point of ignoring this topic, but now that it has come to this, I can no longer do so. Genji, tell us everything you know. Genji-san didn't answer. Did he remain silent despite his knowledge, or did he know nothing at all? Still, I had a good guess. The ghost story of the witch Beatrice had long been deified among the servants. He had probably been very close to grandfather, too, and his occult hobbies. So there was a good chance that he'd been indoctrinated with even weirder things and had increasingly come to deify the witch. As grandfather's most trusted servant who had sworn loyalty to him, he might be the most influenced by the witch illusion that grandfather had created. You know, now I think about it, he hangs out with my insane granddad all the time. Maybe he's fucking crazy. So there was only one reason for Genji-san to remain silent. He could say it, but it would definitely cause a backlash, so it was better if he kept his mouth shut, and it wasn't like we would believe him anyway. Something along those lines. Only a short while ago, Maria had been more than willing to speak bluntly and unrestrainedly, and that had earned her a scuffle with Jessica. It was natural for Genji-san to keep his silence. He don't want to get hit on the head, too. Is she father's mistress, perhaps? He had to make it sexual right away, Natsuki. I see where your head's at. His mistress. That could be possible. For ordinary poor people, polygamy isn't only viewed negatively from a moral perspective. What a fucking way to start this sentence. For ordinary poor people, polygamy is... For ordinary poor people, polygamy is already hilarious to me. Isn't only viewed negatively from a moral perspective. It is also an unmaintainable financial situation. That's where he was going with that. I guess if none of the women are working, then yeah, I guess so. But that isn't the case for the very rich. Don't most of the women have, like, jobs in this story? Or are they just... They all seem to be doing work. At the very least, they're all serving cunt. It's possible for them to have another love in addition to their real wife. We can't deny the possibility that grandfather had another woman in his life besides grandmother. Maybe. Does Ryukishio 7 think poor people don't cheat? Or... Maybe when grandmother was alive, it seems she strongly suspected it. Or is it just Battler, like, is an idiot? Is that what... I guess I could just blame Battler. That he was cheating on her. I'd always thought she was just referring to the witch in grandfather's head, but... This is getting really interesting. There's sex involved. My mind is alight. You told me, didn't you, Genji-san? You said Beatrice has been working for grandfather since before the mansion was finished. I have heard that the construction of the mansion was completed in 1952. That would mean that this person called Beatrice has been in a relationship with grandfather for over 30 years. Could that mistress of 30 years ago, or maybe a relative or hidden child of that person, hold some kind of grudge and be planning revenge? I see. This is starting to sound just like your standard Western mansion mystery. It's a filthy topic, but the easiest line of reasoning to accept. Well, Genji? The master surely had feelings of deep love for her. There can be no mistake that he cared for her more than his late wife. Who is this person called Beatrice? And what is she doing now? Killing you. I have heard that she passed away before the mansion was completed. She's already dead? Yes. The master mourned her for her most grievously, and he devoted himself to the art of black magic as a means to revive Beatrice Sama. Oh shit. Bring the bitch back. The master loved Beatrice Sama from the bottom of his heart. It was that madness which drove him to do all that you see here. As Genji-san said this, he spread his arms, as though asking us to look at the room filled with the signs of grandfather's madness. Genji's like, I finally get to talk about all this. We were all at a loss for words. Before this, his black magic hobby was nothing other than creepy, and we had found it impossible to understand what drove him to devote himself to it. Nobody had tried to understand Kinzo, dismissing him as an eccentric who had restored the Ushiromiya family amidst his madness. All that had been on grandfather's mind was the loss of the woman he loved, and the sorrow of being unable to give up on her. This song also very good. Just a few moments ago, this room had seemed creepy, but in that instant, everything about it started making sense. The creepy books, the magic circles, the medicine, all of it. All just because he wanted to revive once more the visage of a single woman who had left this world 30 long years ago. The master only told me about Beatrice Sama's story once when he was very drunk. When was he not very drunk? Although I have forgotten the details. It was a deep, deep love, enough to make a woman like me jealous. When Kinzo-san succeeded the headship of the Ushiromiya family, his marriage to his late wife was decided by the few surviving elders of the family. So he married a woman who would benefit the Ushiromiya family. Because he was forced to? That is correct, and it's gonna happen to you too. Kinzo-san was installed as the head who would revive the family and had to bear all of that heavy responsibility. I do not pretend to know the details of when or where Kinzo-san first met Beatrice. It'd be rude to say any more than that. That was when grandfather truly fell in love for the first time. How deep that affection must have been. It was easy to tell just by looking around us. This room was covered with piles upon piles of things having to do with black magic, and grandfather had spent day after long day shut in here, immersed in his research and isolated from the outside world, never taking a single day off. You couldn't help but realize how deep grandfather's love for Beatrice was. I had it all wrong, Genji-san. This supports my theory that Beatrice is like the lost femme side of Kinzo, because personally, in tribute to my own lost feminine side, I covered my room in pictures of hot anime girls. So, if we're following the logic that Kinzo is just an otaku for the Golden Witch, I think the reasoning could be the same.
何をでしょう。
What might that be?
I've always thought that maybe you servants believed blindly in the witch because you were influenced by grandfather's creepy black magic hobby. But that's not how it was.
Perhaps they had been acting as though at least Beatrice's soul had been restored. Why couldn't any of them talk about this? They just didn't want to embarrass Kinzo or change the way people look at him, or what? It existed in this mansion in order to soothe grandfather's heart. With closed eyes and an expression as though he was remembering something from the distant past, Genji maintained his silence. He probably felt that to confess that would be to betray his one and only master in the most serious way, even though that person was already dead. I mean, you already spilled a lot of beans you hadn't spilled yet, so... Kinzo Triss is real. Beatrice is revived as a witch, and she is in the mansion even now. That was his mantra, what he had believed, what he had made others believe. And Genji would take that with him to the grave. This might have been the last service he could offer his master. The legend of the witch, the mysterious tale of Rokenjima that was still whispered of amongst the servants. Its true nature was a sad lie. No, an act of kindness towards grandfather, who had lost the person he loved above all else. I remember denying the witch's existence in front of father on multiple occasions. Now I finally understand how much that must have wounded him. I mean, if it's he's the one being fucking weird about it. Right now I can understand very well. If I thought that I could revive Shannon using black magic, I'd immediately become the next owner of this room and start researching. Yeah, you don't want to lose out on a bad bitch like that. That'd be heartbreaking. Aniki. Another strand of tears dripped from George's eyes. Maybe it was infectious. Tears rose to Jessica's eyes too, and she sniffled.
Beatrice told me very soon she'll be able to revive. We'll be able to meet up.
This is all just like a con. Like a convention. Like she's trying to meet her internet mentor Beatrice at Rokonjima. What if we did a Umineko convention called Rokonjima? Oh my god. There could probably be a whole con just for this game, right? Like we got all the Umineko fans. Rokonjima. We gotta do it on a weird island. Gotta book a whole weird island. Gotta book a mansion on a weird island to do Rokonjima. See who flips out and murders it. Like everyone's gonna be worried the whole time that someone's gonna kill everybody else. Like no matter how many people there are, we're all gonna be there like, who's killing everyone else? Yeah, Epstein's Island. It's not being used. We could use that one. Let's do fucking Umineko convention on the Epstein Island. All get murdered. Sacrificed to Satan or something. Okay, enough of this fantasy. Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened. In that promised land that glitters gold, she'll resurrect all the dead people's souls and revive the love they possessed as well. And I will sleep in a world of peacefulness forevermore. And then nobody comes back. Yeah, well, you don't know that. You don't know what happens in the Golden Land. Or maybe you do. Did she say that? The Beatrice who gave you the letter?
You don't believe, do you?
If only grandfather were here. I'm sure he'd be happy. I'm sure he'd be jumping for joy now that Beatrice is about to be revived. In that case, I'll believe. If spending half of his life on research is what brought life back to grandfather, and if believing that the soul of the woman he loved had been resurrected is what enabled him to live to a ripe old age, I'll believe too. Your granddad's brain was fucking pudding. Battler? When love for a single woman is persistent over a long time, it is shared by those around you and becomes the truth. Sure, George, whatever you need to believe. Maybe you could say they're just being considerate, but right here, now, I'd like to call that magic. Alright, buddy. It isn't consideration. It really is magic. She's a witch. It looks like nobody can see Beatrice after all. Some time passed. As we listened to the sound of the rain, we considered what kind of love and madness must have possessed the owner of this room as he spent half of his life here. But, you know, just regular otaku shit. If you ask me as a woman, then while I'd like to understand father's feelings of true love, it does leave mother in an awkward position. Oh my god, are we actually going to talk about Kinzo's wife? I know she was mentioned a couple times earlier, but... I agree. Cheating is cheating. No way to make it pretty. That's also true. Poor grandmother. So, is there any story about a child between Beatrice and grandfather? Do we need to be worried about the succession? The keyword Beatrice has been hidden in every corner of this case, so it's natural to suspect any relative of Beatrice. No, I have not heard of anything like that. If there had been one, he thinks just like his parents. If there had been one, I'm sure he would have given them all of his affection in memory of his beloved. Since that didn't happen and he immersed himself in black magic, maybe we should assume that there was no such child. Come to think of it, this reminds me of a rumor I heard. You know it, right? You know that story about how grandfather heavily supported a welfare institute called the Gospel House? Oh shit. Enough of that. That is nothing more than slander which would desecrate father. Tell us, Natsuki. Don't you agree that we shouldn't hide things from each other? It's a worthless story. Father heavily supported that institute and opened up servant employment positions for them within this house as part of their social studies. Some foolish people started spreading rumors that father had foul motivations. That is all. I mean, objectively, this motherfucker was hiring 10-year-old servants to come work on his island mansion. Even if he never laid a finger on them, it's weird. It's still weird. Still weird. At one point, there was a rumor that he was collecting sacrifices for his black magic. And since he was actually doing weird experiments and rituals in this room all the time, I half believed it myself. And who are these servants who came from the Gospel House? There are several, but during the family conference, only Shannon and Kanon were scheduled to be here. To resurrect Beatrice, he had summoned servants from a welfare institute as sacrifices? After all, everyone that grandfather selected as a servant was young, always about the same age as Shannon and Kanon-kun. I was sure that grandfather had some weird inclination. I was pretty sure granddad was a fucking pedophile, but what was I gonna do? Other than befriend his victims, I guess. Jessica, control your words. When Nazi scolded her, the atmosphere instantly went sour and everyone felt quiet. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifices, sacrifices. Sacrifices brought over from the Gospel House. What is it? Freaky words like sacrifices don't pop up often. Yet I've seen or heard that word somewhere recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me. Come on, Beatrice. What do you know? I think I know where he saw the word sacrifices. On the first twilight, sacrifice the 6 chosen by the key. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the fifth twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. Oh, chest, I meant to say for the second. We still haven't gotten... We have a gouged head. We have a gouged chest. We still haven't gotten a gouged stomach, knee, or leg. So I'm thinking we're going to see each of those soon. Although we've been skipping, like, I thought this was only going to be like one of these things per literal day, but maybe twilight means just kill. Maybe twilight just means death. The first killing spree. Praise my name, bitch. I had arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as vast as the one in the entrance hall, but that portrait, which he must have had drawn by some famous painter, was still just as intimidating in this smaller size. Below it, just like in the entrance hall, was the epitaph said to point out the place where the gold was hidden. Sacrifices. What the hell, battler? Creeping me out. Sacrifice the 6. How the fuck did I not think about this already? Both of my eyes opened as wide as plates. Right there, everything had been predicted since the very beginning. Everyone crowded around, and the same expression of terror filled every face. Yes, it was written in the epitaph. On the first twilight, sacrifice the 6 chosen by the key. There's no doubt. 6 people died in the beginning, and even on the shutter where the magic circle was drawn, no, where the Hebrew was written, it mentioned the offering of sacrifices.
Look, I've been saying that from the beginning.
That's right, Maria had said it at the very beginning. Right after we found the 6 bodies, when Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she had said it. Ooh. Killer's not human. Just the sacrifices chosen by the key. This has nothing to do with the location of the hidden gold. It's black magic or something, the instructions for a resurrection ritual. If I remember right, this epitaph requires a large number of deaths. It sure does. Even reading through it quickly, there'd be 6 plus 2 plus 5, 13 people who have to die. Oh, only 13? Lucky y'all. How many people are normally on this island? It varies depending on the shifts for the servants, but there's father, my husband, me, and Jessica, and 2 or 3 servants. Today and yesterday there were 5 of them, but there aren't normally that many. Which means that normally there wouldn't be enough sacrifices to carry out this ritual. No, wait. There's that rumor that grandfather was collecting servants from the gospel house to be used as sacrifices in some creepy ritual. So what? He increased the number of servants to increase the number of sacrifices and waited for the annual family conference when even more people would gather? Isn't now the only time of the year that this ritual could be held? When Jessica screamed this, Maria broke out in that creepy laugh, looking truly pleased.
Aren't there some people who make bets to test their fate?
Like throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands right side up, tomorrow will be sunny. Or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if a coin lands on heads. There are many little superstitions like that. If you're fed up at how nothing is going right for you and you happen to roll some dice and get 3 6s, it would probably make you want to believe that it's a sign of some miracle. When flipping a sandal, you have at worst a 50% chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice and they all come up 6, you might think that's a small miracle.
Sorcery works the same way. You keep on praying earnestly, hoping for that impossibly unlikely outcome. Then, when that impossible result shows itself, the feelings from all those stored up prayers are made incarnate through magic. The sorcery that grandfather was trying to perform was probably like that.
That seems important.
The key randomly selected sacrifices in a ladder. So to reduce the chance that he himself was selected, he chose the day with the greatest number of people on the island to carry out the ritual.
How ridiculous. Are you saying that all these incidents were part of the process of some questionable magic ritual? Thus he yelled. She couldn't stop thinking fiercely about how she might have been protected just because of the scorpion charm. If I hadn't received that charm from Jessica and hung it from my doorknob, would I have been killed, been one of those 6? And the strangest part is, even though I hung the charm from the inside of my door, they couldn't get through the door. The killer had noticed the charm from the outside and had given up trying to open the door. The human couldn't have perceived that. The charm meant to stop someone that was not human had done just that. Impossible, impossible, impossible. However, Natsu-san, look, the epitaph traces the events that followed. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close. Could this be talking about Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama? Painful as it may be, we must reach that conclusion. Well, must you? Did y'all tear them apart? And after the culprit killed them, they left the words from the third twilight in the letter there. That's right. After carrying out the second twilight, they left the third twilight in that place. The third twilight is just like Aunt Natsu just read. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Ah, now I've read it. It just keeps going on, doesn't it? On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. Gouge the head and kill. George Eineke's parents were killed with the demon's ice picks gouged into their heads. But if that counted as the second twilight, someone else must be gouged in the head. That's grandfather. He had been burned in the incinerator, and our eyes were so drawn to that part that we didn't notice. But grandfather's forehead, no, his head had been gouged. Grandfather is the victim of the fourth twilight? Then Kanon-kun. On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill. We thought that Kanon-kun's case was an unexpected encounter with the culprit, but that's wrong. They had been planning on luring someone out alone and driving something through their chest from the very beginning. If the culprit has followed the epitaph this far, does that mean that the 3 people still have to die? On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Yes, you could read it that way. Well, I wonder about that. After those 3 die, it reaches the 9th twilight. Take a look. On the 9th twilight, the rich revives, and none shall be left alive. We're all going to be killed by Beatrice. I don't get it. Doesn't that mean that everyone will die no matter how many people there are? What was grandfather's goal? Doesn't this mean that this ritual would kill grandfather himself no matter what?
It doesn't matter that no one's left alive. On the 10th twilight, we finally arrive at the Golden Land.
On the 10th twilight, the journey ends, and you shall reach the home of the gold. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures.
Grandfather wasn't afraid of something like death.
Was that the same phrasing that was in the actual epitaph?
Look at the second and third of the 4 treasures.
One resurrects all the dead people's souls. One even revives all the love they possess. So grandfather believed that he would eventually be revived even if he died partway through this ritual? Ridiculous, that's insane. When you die, it's over, right? The dead don't come back to life. That's a miracle that humanity has been chasing after for thousands of years and still hasn't accomplished. So it's gotta be something like this, right? Something like you can revive and meet them in the world after death? And if what you say is right, would that mean grandfather whose remaining life is slim and who is insane because of love is committing suicide? No, a massive forced group suicide? Genji, can that possibility be considered? I do not know. The master is a man who sometimes has the wisdom to see 1,000 years into the future. However, there are times when that appears to be nothing more than madness to commoners such as myself. What does that mean, yes? What do you say, Kumasawa-san? I don't know anything. No, you can be sure of that. Do you think I would be on this island today if I did know? I would have faked an illness or done whatever it took to get the day off. Good gracious, yes. What about your opinion, Dr. Nanjo? You've been grandfather's friend for many years. I feel the same as Genji-san. Kinzo-san was a man who far surpassed ordinary people. I've even felt a sort of inhuman power from him at times. Not even I understand what Kinzo-san was thinking when he wrote that epitaph. All we can say is that even if the person who created this outline was father, the one carrying it out is definitely a different person. That's right. At the very least, there's another culprit who attacked grandfather in Kanon-kun. Furthermore, that person is still continuing the crimes just as the epitaph says. The letter in the beginning that we didn't think deeply about. What was it that was written there? We thought back to the recitation of the letter last night. Beatrice had proclaimed something inside the letter. She had proclaimed that in accordance with her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything of the Ushirome family as interest. But then she had also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location of the gold grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. At the time that the letter had been read, grandfather was still alive. But at that time, it had already been sealed with wax by the head's ring, which meant that grandfather had handed the ring over to Beatrice while he was still alive. If you think about that straightforwardly, we should probably take that to mean that Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract and grandfather is securing her that right. Simply put, it was the same as saying that grandfather knew of and approved of the contents of that letter. In other words, it is as though it was a joint message from Beatrice and grandfather. Telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve the riddle. In short, grandfather and Beatrice were telling us to solve the epitaph's riddle, and if we couldn't, they were saying that they would kill us all following the procedure in the epitaph. What meaning is there to that? What do they want? I don't have a single clue what it means.
Look, another letter from Beatrice.
Huh? What did you say? Maria was pointing at the top of the table where the canned food that everyone had been eating just now still lay. A Western-style envelope was sitting there. But so what? What? Aunt Nazi let out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hand and the table, because the envelope that she had just opened was still grasped in her hand. And despite that, there's an envelope on the table? But what is this? What's going on, Maria? Where did that envelope come from?
Just now I looked and it was lying there.
I don't know anything. This isn't funny. There's only the 8 of us here. There's no way some ninth person snuck in. There wasn't enough time during the few seconds that we gathered around the portrait, right? Get back, all of you. Back against the wall. Aunt Nazi was pointing the rifle at Genji and the others, bellowing at them. Genji was overpowered, his face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course, I felt the same, but a few moments late, I reached the same conclusion as Aunt Natsuki had. Until just a few seconds ago, there was no letter like this on the table, and nobody had entered this room. That means someone among us had placed it there during the few seconds when everyone was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait. Battle-kun, open that envelope and read what's inside. Sure. I picked up the envelope. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized that this was an unopened envelope, an unknown envelope. Without relying on a letter opener, I violently tore it open and pulled out the letter inside. The contents were as follows. Are you enjoying the riddle of Kinzo-sama's epitaph? As you are all probably aware, you have very little time remaining. Please abandon any naive hopes of escaping after the storm passes. This game can only end with my victory or yours. When time runs out, I will win by default. There will be no ties. Make sure that you do not misunderstand your current situation. That's what it says. It isn't clear who put this letter here. However, I have been able to narrow down the list of suspects. It's all of you. Madam, that's just too horrible. Just before I moved toward the portrait, I set a can of food down here. At that time, there definitely wasn't anything as strange as this letter there. And at that time, Jessica, George-kun, and Battler-kun were already in front of the portrait. And they didn't leave the spot in front of the portrait until the letter appeared. So, the person who set that letter down is one of you four. Beatrice is one of you.
Ugh. We aren't Beatrice. Beatrice exists.
Silence. I don't know whether I should suspect one of you or all of you. But without a doubt, at least one of you is the culprit. That's right. There can't be a 19th person. There's no way witches exist. Even when Kanon-kun was killed, yeah, that could be explained if Kumasawa-san was the one who did it. The truth is that Kumasawa-san entered the boiler room with Kanon-kun and killed him. And then she lied, saying she'd already fallen when she got there. You're making a mistake, milady. Why would I do something like that? I don't have the slightest idea how my parents were killed in that locked room. But when they were killed, everyone except for the servants had an alibi. Damn, they're really grouping in on the servants. The only ones who didn't were the servants. But is it really correct to suspect them? Well, now that you mention it, they do have no alibi for any of the cases, but... should we really be so quick to make that judgment? But this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, in this minimally small bit of time and space, it's obvious. Only one of the four of them could have set the letter there in our blind spot. We can't tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of the four did it. Natsuki-san. Ugh. Please calm yourself. A lot has happened today. I understand the condition your heart is in right now. Dr. Nanjo, it truly pains me to call you suspicious. However, as father's personal doctor and his closest friend, you have been by his side for many years. You might know about Beatrice as well. Could you be hiding some kind of old personal connection of his? Of course not. Calm yourself. It was pitiful to watch Dr. Nanjo frantically pleading his innocence. It was probably a normal reaction that anyone would give if they were suspected. Kumasawa was the same. Since Jessica had started suspecting her in the murder of Kanon, she was now totally flustered. That was why Genji's still calm appearance looked so bold. Aunt Natsuki pointed the barrel of the gun. Genji, you were father's number one subordinate. Was Beatrice a fantasy you showed to father with you as the performer? If by suspecting me you recognize me as the master's greatest servant, then it is a great honor to me, regardless of the circumstances. However, I am not the one who put the letter there. Do you expect me to just accept that? You must be the ringleader. Maybe Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo are your accomplices. And you too, Maria-chan? Not content to doubt just the adults, Aunt Natsu pointed the gun relentlessly at Maria too. Great. But Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Or maybe she thought she would be fine even if she was shot. Maria-chan, by this point we can no longer remove someone from suspicion just because they are young. So for the last time, let me ask the question. Yesterday, who was the Beatrice that handed you the letter? Maria, don't try to fool us. Make it clear. Who the hell gave you that letter?
How many times do I have to tell you? It's Beatrice, the 1,000-year-old golden witch. If you want to know what she looks like, just turn around.
Oh, shit.
See? She's right there. Beatrice is. You think this is a game, you little bitch?
Stop it, Jessica. Maria, too. Don't you understand the situation? What are you hoping to gain by saying stuff like that? Stop stirring each other up pointlessly.
I don't understand. Who do you people want to be the culprit? You only believe in Beatrice when you don't want to doubt one of your own. And when you're trying to settle a grudge because someone who's close to you has been killed, only then do you want to believe in a human culprit who you can attack with violence and deny Beatrice. That's why you can't see her. Beatrice exists. You all can't see her.
Silence. I don't want to label you as the culprit, but there is no longer any doubt that you enjoy making the situation unpleasant, serving the interests of the enemy. Oh, God. Nazi, you've lost my vote, too. You're all fucked.
What will you do? Shoot me? I don't mind. Very soon the door to the Golden Land will be opened. Then all the dead will be resurrected. Right now, death is nothing to be afraid of. Mom, she really is suspicious. We can't stay with her.
But Aunt Natsu, please calm down. There's no reason to shoot Maria-chan. Please remain composed. The letter was meant to provoke us, but it's nothing to be afraid of. Even the culprit is scared of tomorrow, scared of the police. Right now, this island is free from the reach of the law, but that's only because it's isolated by this typhoon. Once the typhoon passes, the law will return, so you mustn't shoot. How can you stay so calm, George Nissan? One of these four is the culprit. No, maybe all four of them are working together. How can you stay so calm when one of these four might be the culprit who killed your parents? Even I have the desire to find the culprit and kill them, but that would be simple barbarism. I will leave the judgment of crimes to the law, so no matter how suspicious they are, you mustn't pull that trigger. I feel the same as George Heineke. Aunt Natsu, get a hold of yourself for a second. Anyway, it'd be bad to shoot. In times like this, I hear you should tilt your head back and say, "Stay cool" 3 times. Let me make this clear. Witches don't exist. Not on Rokkenjima, not in the Ushiromiya family mansion. I declare it as Ushiromiya Natsu, representative of the Ushiromiya family. She declares it, y'all. There is no witch here. I won't accept Beatrice. No matter what you're planning, I won't let you lay one finger on my daughter or the rest of them. Y'all are really forgetting to praise her name. That's my duty as a mother and as representative to the family. These words were the final words of farewell that settled everything. To protect her daughter, Aunt Natsu would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. Is she gonna do it? Is she gonna shoot the little girl in the face? The only reason George Heineke and I were standing on this side was because by coincidence we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached the portrait, I too may have been at the other end of that gun barrel, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me thought that, part of me was thinking that chasing all of the suspicious people from this room would finally guarantee our safety. Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Dr. Nanjo, all of them were on grandfather's side. You could even say that Maria was on grandfather's side since she had a blind belief in Beatrice. That's right, they're all suspicious. But is this really alright? Is it really alright for us to fight back against the lawlessness of the witch by throwing out all the suspicious ones without due process? No, it's not right. Gouge and kill. Gouge and kill. Um, Ought not he didn't tell them to leave with her own words. But with wordless pressure, she was inducing them to say that themselves. So if Dr. Nanjo hadn't said those words, this cold silence would surely have continued forever. Calm yourself, Natsuki-san. But I understand your feelings well. I myself feel like there's something wrong with my head after all of these strange repeated incidents. So I understand well why you wanted to suspect us. If though you really have nothing to do with this, I would think that what I am doing is beyond rude. However, please understand, it's just this once. I understand. Let's leave the room. What do you say, Genji-san? Shall we return to the parlor and continue our chess game? This is how they die. If that is what you wish, then by all means. I don't want to. I mean, that means we'll have to leave this room knowing that the wolf is among us. I don't want to, madam. Please forgive me. What Kumasawa-san was trying to say made total sense. If she was innocent, then she was being ejected into dangerous territory along with the culprit. In the current situation, pressing her to leave this room along with the suspects was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. However, Kumasawa-san really was suspicious just for being the first one to discover that Kanon-kun had been murdered. At the time, everyone except Kumasawa-san had an alibi. As long as the use of some tricks or the existence of some 19th person could not be established, Kumasawa-san was one of the most likely suspects by far. Yo, I want to keep playing this game tonight, but I need to take a little break to walk around because I have been passing out literally for the last 10 minutes as I'm reading. And it's mostly just because my body's gotten really stiff from sitting in this chair for so long. So I'm going to move about, get my blood moving, maybe eat something. I would recommend maybe popping over to another YouTube video for a bit and waiting until you hear the sound of my voice. Maybe get yourself something to eat too. But holy fuck, I'm literally passing out in my chair. So I need a minute. A few minutes. Oh god. Oh god, I'm going to do some stretching. On the ground. Oh. 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 Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. I don't think I can wake up enough. I tried to stretch, but I kept falling asleep while I was stretching. I shall remember to save the game. And do a Twitch raid. Sorry, y'all. I wanted to stay up longer than last time. But I'm literally too fucking tired. We got too late. Okay. Let's raid someone. Who can I raid? Nobody I follow is online right now. Is there anybody else in the Umineko category? Baka Gaijin fails at reading. I don't understand fine ass. Don't ask me for advice. Just making up the story on the spot. Well, what about the answer arcs? No? Wait, who is this? What is happening here? Alright, go watch this VTuber play Earth Defense Force, maybe. Kyashi? Did it work? What the fuck happened? I did the thing, right? Don't you just type /raid and then the name? Maybe it doesn't work because it's in Japanese. Shit. This doesn't seem to be working. Yeah, it says invalid username. Well, how the fuck did I mean, it's the fucking name of the channel. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, this didn't work. How do I find someone to raid? Someone playing Higurashi, maybe. Virgil B. Kobold. Alright, you're gonna go watch this Kobold man. There we go. Alright. Go raid this Kobold.